Thank
All
you.
right, thank you so much,
Okay.
Jonathan.
And Jonathan, will you let me know when they're coming back, please?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. I call to order this special meeting for discussion and consideration of the General Counsel evaluation and contract for Scottsdale United School District. It is May 5, 2020, and the time is 4:04 p.m. I will have a roll call starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Here.
Sandy Kravitz.
Present.
Barbara Perlberg.
Here.
Patty Beckman. Here. Allison Beckham here. All 5 governing board members are present, and we have a quorum. Due to school closures from the COVID-19 virus, SUSD's board meetings are being conducted on Microsoft Teams. Each member is on a separate computer. The meeting is being live streamed as always through YouTube. Today, votes will be taken on an individual roll call. Vice President Beckman, would you please say the Pledge of Allegiance, and all other participants, please mute your microphones.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Allison, you're muted.
Thank you, Vice President Beckman. Do we have any changes to the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
So moved.
Board Member Greenberg moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Kravitz seconds. We'll have an individual roll call starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. Motion carries 5-0. I move to convene to executive session for a discussion and consideration of the district's general counsel's evaluation and contract pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A1. The employee has been notified in writing in accordance with statutory provisions. Do I have a second?
Second.
Was that Board Member Perlberg?
Right.
Seconds. We'll have an individual vote starting with Jan Michael Greenberg,
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz,
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg,
Aye.
Patty Beckman,
Aye.
Allison Beckham, aye. Motion carries 5-0. The governing board will convene an executive session. We will be moving to a private site. IT, please confirm when the site is private. We are back to our live site. I move to adjourn the executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice President Beckman seconds. We'll have an individual roll call, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz. Barbara Polberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. Motion carries 5-0. The executive session is closed at 5:21 p.m. The special meeting is reconvened at 5:21 p.m. We will have several action items. We have action item A, an approval of the evaluation summary of the District General Counsel evaluation. Do I have a motion to approve? Vice President Beckman moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
I'm sorry, was that Board Member Perlberg?
No, I think it was Board Member
Board
Kravitz.
Member Kravitz. I
Board
wasn't
Member
sure
Kravitz,
Barbara.
I'm sorry, you two sound very much alike, so I'll have to. Board Member Kravitz, second. I know it doesn't sound like it, but on
Sorry,
this,
Barbara.
we'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg,
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz,
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg,
Aye.
Patty Beckman,
Aye.
and Allison Beckham. Motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to action item B, approval of employment contract with the District General Counsel. Do I have a motion to approve the employment
So
contract?
moved. Oh,
So
moved.
moved by Board Member Kravitz.
Sandy Kravitz, yes.
Do I have a second?
Second, Perleberg.
Yes, Board Member Perlberg seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Nay.
Sandy Kravitz,
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg,
Aye.
Patty Beckman,
Aye.
and Allison Beckham, yes. Motion carries 4-1. Board Member Greenberg was a dissent. I believe that's the correct way of saying it. We'll now move to adjourn this special meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Vice President Beckman seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg,
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz,
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg,
Aye.
Patty Beckman,
Aye.
and Allison Beckham is an aye. Motion carries 5-0. This special meeting on May 5 is adjourned at 5:24 p.m. Thank you very much. We will take a 5-minute break to come back for our regularly scheduled special meeting. I call to order this special meeting of the Governing Board for the Scottsdale Unified School District and the public hearing on adoption of fiscal year 2019-2020 expenditure budget revision 1 pursuant to ARS 38-431.02 and ARS 15-905 D&E with the Scottsdale Unified School District. It is Tuesday, May 5th, 2020, and the time is 5:31 p.m. Vice President Beckman, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And all other participants, please turn off your microphones.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We will have a roll call. We will have a roll call starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Here.
Sandy Kravitz.
Here.
Barbara Perlberg.
Here.
Patty Beckman.
Here.
And Allison Beckham. All 5 governing board members are present, and we have a quorum. We are moving on to our public hearing on the adoption of the fiscal year 2019-2020 expenditure budget revision 1. We are accepting public comment, so to make a comment regarding the revised expenditure budget, you can please call 480-484-SUSD or 480-484-7873. Dr. Krikar, would you like to introduce Mr. Gadd? Dr. Krikar?
I apologize.
No problem.
Thank you, and President Beckham, members of the board. I introduce Mr. Gadd, who will be presenting this current year expenditure budget as revised. Mr. Gadd.
Thank you, Dr. Krikard. Madam President, members of the board, this, as you know, is an annual occurrence that we need to do, which is to finally approve this current year budget. Primarily, its nature is to revise it to reflect the current year average daily membership count. There is a ability for people to call in, members of the community, and I will try to answer those questions if we do receive any at the end of the presentation. We have someone who will be taking their questions and then relaying those questions to us. So with that, I will turn your attention to the page on the PowerPoint that says ADM changes at the top. This is a summary for you of how ADM has changed from what occurred as an actual last year, which is the first column, to what we recommended and you approved as an adopted budget, which is the second column, and the numbers that we're revising to in the third column this evening. As you can see from that comparison, we have achieved in the revision considerably more students than we had thought that we would have. We thought we would have 21,083. We actually have 21,543. So it is a substantial increase from the estimate, but you will note also that it is a decline from the 100th day last year of about 60 students. So we're fortunate in that we have not experienced the level of decline that we did in the prior year, which the board will recall was 600, and that's been now modified downward to 60. So that's really good news for the district and for its budget. So moving on to the second slide, this additional 450 students affects the M&O budget in the formula to $3.254 million as an add. We also had some other budget adjustments, tuition income, and several other items that affect our total M&O budget. Those total $417,000. So we're actually able to work with additional M&O funding of $3.6 million. So good news and quite a substantial amount of money to gain from a district perspective. I know that you'll remember that we have talked to you in previous months about what plan we had on a 3-year basis to spend what we knew back in the fall was going to be an increased ADM from what our estimate was. And we discussed this, I think, on 2 or 3 occasions where we think it's advisable for the district to transfer from its M&O budget of the 3.6 million add, transfer $2.7 million to the capital budget. That gives us, basically, we're banking that money into capital, using it in the capital budget, as you'll see in a minute, for this coming year. The intention here would be then in 21-22, which is very likely going to be a year that is not going to be supported by the state to the extent that it is currently, that the district would have the availability of bringing back into M&O that $2.7 million to cushion whatever circumstance you might find. It's especially appropriate and applicable now, given the state's revenue picture and its significant decline because of the virus and the lack of income, both income tax and sales tax. So I think it is highly likely that the state will need to take some budget action, and we're about 50% of their entire budget, K-12 is, to affect the 21-22 budget, and the district hopefully will be in a much better position by having that cushion to use if necessary. We also spent $972,000 for additional teaching positions. As you know, instead of a decline of over 500, we actually had a decline of 60. So we needed to add teaching staff, and that's reflected in the $972,000. So those two together is how we are recommending to you to spend the additional M&O funds of $3.6 million. When we then get to the capital budget, the transfer in from M&O, the $2.7 million, is being allocated, as you know from having reviewed the capital budget, is allocated to an increase in technology and textbook adoption. And that continues to be where those funds are allocated to, even though we had to reduce somewhat those numbers for next year because we did not get 100% restoration of capital from the governor. In the end, that was reduced down to about half of the lack of funding, rather than returning the full funding reduction. We also had a carry forward from 18-19 in the capital budget, and that adds to basically our capital budget for next year. We had to make a slight reduction for how the formula functions. The state doesn't give you a number until all of the districts have turned in their ADM counts. And so they make an adjustment during the year statewide based upon the amount of available funds the state has. In this particular case, it reduced our capital budget by $197,000. So the net add to the capital budget, district additional assistance, is $3.5 million of the $3.6 million expansion of the M&O budget. So we've done, I think, a really good job in not only adding some capital expenditures that were necessary and needed in technology and in textbook adoption, but we've also managed to reserve that amount in 21-22 for purposes of returning it to M&O, whatever the board at that point decides its priorities are. So we've transferred it to M&O to capital. We then used it inside capital. We haven't just let it sit there in the bank. We're using it for technology and textbooks, and we prepared at the end of next year then to transfer those funds to M&O, which I think is more likely than probably any other scenario, so that the district's M&O budget does not have to experience some of the cuts that may come to you from the state because their lack of revenue. And the next slide is we've also increased our federal grant section of the budget.
Mr. Gadd,
Yes,
may I interrupt you a moment?
yes, yes.
We have a board member who would has a request to comment. So before you move to the next slide, I'd like to give Patty Beckman the opportunity.
Certainly.
Hey, Mr. Gadd, thank you for this. I didn't know if you want me to take questions now or at the end, but you were talking about technology. And I apologize for not getting this question to you earlier, so because you just made me have it. But if you need to get back to me, that's fine. With regard to technology and next year, are we anticipating, and I know this is a big discussion, a need for some set aside for some of the technology, the Chromebooks that may come back to us damaged, a renewed use of technology as it relates to distance learning? Do we anticipate that there's going to be some part of this that we're going to have to use for those types of needs?
We are very definitely anticipating that.
Okay.
And you'll see as we get to the next slide, part of what we're going to make sure that we have enough money in for Chromebook purchase will also deal with a grant application that the board will be looking at in the very near future. So yes, we absolutely have planned.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Federal grants. Another section of the district's total budget is growing. We have carry forwards in Title I and IDEA, the Individual Disability Education Act, Special Education, of $2.3 million. And you will note of a new one that we have not discussed with the board, but we'll be doing so in the next few weeks. You may have heard the term CARES. CARES is a new grant that districts will be able to apply for that comes to the state for purposes of compensating for expenses related to the virus. We guesstimate, and this is a real estimate, so we have very preliminary information at this point, that we will receive approximately $1.8 million. It is based upon our level of Title I funding in the state versus other districts and what their level of Title I funding is. Title I funding, as you remember, is based upon socioeconomic, free and reduced lunch. So some districts in the state will obviously receive a much greater share of this money than would Scottsdale, but still $1.8 million is a substantial amount. We will be at the board either in May 17th or at the first meeting in June at the latest with an agenda item asking you for approval to apply for this grant. We will have with it a preliminary budget so that you can see that, and that also includes the purchase of some Chrome computers, Chromebooks that Ms. Beckman asked about just a few minutes ago. This is one of the funding sources that we will use to do that, along with the district's capital budget. We also have added some funds for state grants. Gifted grant, it's a new one, about $20,000, not a lot of money, but it certainly helps the gifted program. We also have received money. You remember that there has been legislation created a couple, 3 years ago to reward schools who have the number of students scoring well on the college entrance exam. That amount is $231,000. And I don't think we put anything in the budget to start with for that, just the carryover. So this 231 is additional funds for this year that was earned because of the formula that is used to generate those funds. Results-based funding, you all have heard that term before. It is our allocation for this year based upon the A and B school rating system, primarily A's. And of course, we qualified because we have a number of our schools that fit into that category. So we will be revising upward the state and federal grant section. That's a part of the revision tonight that we're asking you to approve. And if you have some questions. So, I mean, in essence, if I summarized everything that I just went through, the district is fortunate that it's gained quite a bit of ADM that it did not think necessarily it would have. That's caused an increase significantly in M&O. We're recommending to you to take a goodly portion of that increase and assign it to capital outlay for purposes of technology and textbooks, and then a year from now decide, do you want to continue it in capital, or would you like to transfer it back to M&O for the operating budget? We've added some money for grants, and we've mentioned to you, I think for the first time, that we have some information on the CARES Act. And for those of you who want to know what CARES stands for, it's Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. So I can repeat that if you need to, but that's how we come up with this CARES title. So, Madam President and members of the board, with that presentation, I'm open, and Shannon is here with me. We're open to any questions that you might have, or any member of the audience.
Okay, so if the governing board members, if you have another question for Mr. Gadd, please hit your chat and I will call on you. In the meantime, Dr. Kriegard, do you have anything?
No, not really. I thank Mr. Gadd and his staff for taking care of this year so well, and in the meantime, also helping prepare the district for the near future. Thank you.
Okay. I'll also mention that it was asked again to mention, and I believe this is what they're talking about, is that we are taking public comment, and the phone number is 480-484-7873. Okay, I do not see any other requests. So we can move on to the action.
Hi, this is Debbie Spalding. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we want to wait approximately 5 minutes for public comment. First off, we do have a delayed feed into YouTube by about 45 to 60 seconds. So if we could wait until 5:51, I think that would be appropriate to give people time to call.
Okay, we can do that. Do you want us to mute during that time, or what would you like us to do? Or just stay on?
Unless there's other questions.
Doesn't appear there's any other questions. And the next item on the agenda is to approve this revision.
If we could take a break.
We could just wait.
3 minutes, a 3-minute break.
Okay. We don't have to go through the whole process of approving. We will take a 3-minute break and come back at 5:51 p.m. Okay, we are reconvened back at 5:51 p.m. I'd like to thank Mr. Gadd and Sharon Crozier and their team. Must have been just an amazing job communicating, because it appears that we did not have any public comment. Is that correct, Debbie?
Yes, no calls were received.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll move on to approval. Do I have a motion to approve revision 1 of the fiscal year 2019-2020 expenditure budget as presented?
So moved.
Board Member Kravitz makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Proberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman. Patty Beckman.
Aye.
Thank you. And Allison Beckham. Motion passes 5-0. Again, thank you, Mr. Gadd and Shannon Crozier and your entire team in
Thank you.
finance.
Thank you for the comment.
I move to adjourn the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Proberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. The motion passes 5-0. So I call to order this special meeting at 5:52 p.m. We'll begin with the approval of the agenda. Do any board members have any changes to the agenda? All right, so I move to approve the agenda as presented. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Proberg.
Aye.
And Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. The agenda is approved 5-0. Moving on to superintendent comments. Dr. Creekgard.
Thank you, President Beckham and members of the board. Real briefly, this evening, I wanted to recognize the fact that this week is Teacher Appreciation Week, and as well as last Friday was Principal Appreciation Week and Nutrition Service Workers Appreciation Week. Three of the classifications of our employees that we do appreciate. I will tell you, as I said to the staff in a video a couple weeks ago, as proud as I was of them when we started on this journey of education through online platform, I'm even prouder today of what they have done in keeping kids engaged and moving them forward and continuing to identify our main mission, and that is that of education. I also have to, every chance I get, do a shout out to the Nutrition Services Department for the tremendous job they have done from Monday, March 23rd. Actually, I think they started on the 16th, the first day that people were back supposedly from spring break, in delivering meals to our students and families that qualify for free and reduced lunches. A tremendous service. They've kept it up for 7 weeks. They have put themselves at risk with never a complaint that I have heard. They continually say this is about the kids and the families, and that is their sense of service, and I appreciate that so much. The teachers, the teacher coaches, the nurses, the counselors, the people who have contributed to our online adventure being as successful as it has been deserve our great appreciation as well. And then again, also from Friday, the principals who are the key to what's happening at the schools all year long, and certainly in this case, and I appreciate them as well. It's been quite an experience, and Scottsdale Unified School District employees all across the board came together and made sure that it happened, truly being student-focused and growth-minded, no question about that. So with that, that's the end of my comments, and I thank you all for giving me the time to be able to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Creekard, and the governing board shares your sentiments. We will move on to the information item. Item A is the Cherokee Elementary School renovation update. Dr. Creekard, will you introduce our presenter?
Yes, thank you, President Beckham, members of the board. I'm going to introduce Dennis Rayler, or Mr. Gadd, would you like to introduce Dennis Rayler? And that will do the Cherokee Elementary update.
Thank you, Dr. Creekard. Mr. Rayler and his staff have worked diligently, as the board is well aware, on the different rebuilds that we have underway. Cherokee, in this case, has begun construction, as you probably know, and Mr. Rayler is here to bring you up to date on that subject. So, Dennis, if you would go ahead and make your presentation, I would appreciate it.
Good evening, President Beckham, members of the board, Dr. Creekard. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes today to do a presentation. The project is moving along very smoothly, very quickly. I've got two short videos to share with you. We moved out of, courtesy of some hard work from Mr. Chandler and his staff, moved out of the 3 buildings at Cherokee last week, and the asbestos abatement in those buildings started on Monday and will continue on to demolition. It looks like we'll gain about 3 full weeks on the schedule. We're going to wait and see to make it official, see what Mother Nature brings us during the monsoon season. Hopefully she won't wreak too much havoc on the work that we're going to try and accomplish late in the summer. Otherwise, the COVID-19 effect has not impacted the construction significantly. Things are going fairly well. We've had some supply chain issues, but none that are going to negatively impact the schedule at this point. So at this time, I'd like to share a video that we had one of our interns, Gatlin Farrington from Chaparral High School, helped us put together, and I'll show you that now.
We are not seeing a video yet.
Dennis, are you able to share your screen?
Is the screen not shared?
No, it's not.
Oh. It's showing that it's shared on my end. Let me try it again.
The question is who you're sharing it with. It's not us.
Should go back to that median 960.
Can you see it now?
Yes, it's coming up now. Yeah.
Okay, let's give it another whirl. Take 2. Well, this will be very disappointing. Tech, any suggestion? It's a big file, but it's played otherwise.
Dennis, can you tell me where the file is located that you're trying to play?
It's in the iDrive.
If you chat me the address, we can load it here and try to play it, but maybe we could go on to the next agenda item if that's possible so that we can pull the video for you.
Okay. How about if I play the second video real quick? And maybe that'll satisfy. And we can always just forward this other video. Are you seeing this video?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
We see a picture. We see a picture.
Okay. So this is the most recent drone video that Core took on Friday. So this is, you're not going to get to see the progression, but we can always share that video. This is the work that's been completed up until this past Friday. So what you're seeing there is the 400 building, also known as pre-K through first grade. And it looks like now the video has stopped. Okay, well, that's terribly disappointing. I will.
Hey, Dennis, we
Yep.
have the videos up here we can bring up for you.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. So,
Do you want me to stop sharing my screen, Jonathan?
yeah. This one's out. It's
So,
almost there.
While they're loading that up, what you're going to see is the 300 building and the 400 building, basically the classroom buildings pre-K through 5th grade. And on the east side of the property, you'll see that they're working on the playgrounds and the turf field areas. So you'll see that more in the second video.
Just to be 100% sure, Dennis, that's the Cherokee progress video, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And Dennis, I have the other one if you want me to bring that up also.
Yeah, why don't we show that one real quick? That's just a 2-minute video. As you can see that we've core construction, the Orcott Winslow team has done a fantastic job of moving this project along for us. We couldn't be happier with the progress. I know that every time someone from the staff, the Cherokee staff shows up, we've given them tours. Most recently, the folks at Sneaky Big Productions actually supported the 4th grade curriculum along with core and OW in making a video production of a math class. So we'll bring that update to you as soon as that work is completed. Go ahead and roll that. So no, it's not snowing at Cherokee. That is the new roof membrane going on the building. So within about 2 weeks' time, the building should be watertight, and we'll be able. We're already starting to do the work on the inside. Drywall is single-sided on all of the interior walls. The plumbing, HVAC ductwork is starting to be hung. They're really moving along at a pretty fast clip. There on the right, you see the all the form work being done for the playgrounds, the seating walls, the gardens. The 6 little patches are where the gardens will be for that grade level, basketball courts, and then the grading that's being done for the new turf, natural turf. I think that's it. So that gives you a pretty good perspective of the work that's being done, considering they started work there at winter break and have made this much progress up to this point. Again, we just couldn't be more thrilled with the team that we've got working on the Cherokee project. Any questions?
Okay, board members, if you have any questions, you can just hit your chat and I'll call on you. While I'm waiting, thank you very much, Dennis. I'm glad that those videos that I know take a lot of time and effort putting together got to be seen and shared with our community. And the governing board thanks you, your team, as you mentioned, Orcutt Winslow, the architect, and Core Construction, the contractor. So thank you for all the work that you are doing.
You're very welcome.
So I don't have any requests for comments. So I don't believe that there are any questions. So again, thank you, Dr. Creekard. Do you have any last comments?
No, thank you, Dennis, for your leadership and your team keeping all of these various projects moving along. It doesn't go unnoticed that we are continuing to progress in these areas, from the small office security remodels to whole schools. It's a big job. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Dennis.
Okay, we will move on to information item B, which is the AVID update. Dr. Creekard, would you please introduce our next presenter?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Beckham, members of the board. A year ago, the board approved the pilot program at what we thought was turns out to be 2 sites. It was 3 schools, Hohokam and Yavapai being combined for the next 2 years. So the AVID program has started this year, as you'll see, with training and so forth. And so this is an update. We'd like to say it's a first-year update, but really we only had from school start till the 1st of March, really, for much of the of the training. So it's short of a year. And Dr. Hagigat, Assistant Superintendent for Elementary Schools, will tell you what has happened during that first year, along with two principals that she has that will also be presenting. So Dr. Hagigat.
Thank you, Dr. Creekard. I appreciate the introduction. Are you able to hear me? Good evening, President Beckman, members of the board, Dr. Creekard, and Mrs. Como. The primary interest that supported the choice to bring AVID to all three sites is that we want more students to be prepared with skills and provide the educational foundation that they need in order to be college and career ready by enhancing their critical thinking skills and organization practices. In this presentation, let me make sure that I get the right slide. In this presentation, you will receive information about the projected cost and expenditures for a 5-year projection. The way we are measuring student achievement outcomes is by using the Q3 school city benchmarks. We chose Q3 because this data provided the most accurate, fair, and timely comparison. The data for the year 1 that you will see in this presentation is from the school year 2019-2020 and will serve as the baseline for us to compare the effectiveness of AVID strategies in future years. During year 1, the focus was for teachers to acquire knowledge through focused professional development on the strategies that have the potential to increase critical thinking for students and organizational skills. During year 1, all 3 schools kept the primary goal of the adoption of AVID strategies campus-wide. The 3 strategies were focused note-taking, teaching students how to set academic goals and organization skills, which are paramount to the success of any student or adult once in the workforce. I'd like to provide an overview of the budget. You will notice itemized purchases of materials or services. You will also notice that in all areas at Copper Ridge and for district products, we were below the projected cost. We accomplished a savings of $21,818. The majority of the savings was in professional development, as Copper Ridge administration made the choice to send their staff to local training, thus decreasing the registration fee and travel expenses. The projected cost for year 2 at Copper Ridge is a little bit higher than year 1 because we're budgeting for tutors since we were unable to secure volunteers to support the AVID elective class at the middle school. We also noticed savings at Yavapai and Hohokam. In this case, it is due to sending less teachers to training than expected due to the temporary merge of the 2 schools. In addition, you will also see the projected cost for Tonalea. We are excited to be able to provide a continuum as 5th grade students from Yavapai and Hohokam matriculate to Tonalea. At this time, I want to introduce Mr. Rentella and Mr. Ironman. Mr. Rentella, principal at Yavapai and Hohokam, and Mr. Ironman, principal at Copper Ridge, to share details about AVID at each of their sites. Mr. Rentella and Mr. Ironman, the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Dr. Hagigat, Madam President, and governing board members. Thank you for your time this evening. On the slide that Dr. Hagigat has just displayed, you'll see our professional development outcomes for Copper Ridge. We had 100% of our staff participate in AVID approved professional development, which did focus around rigor and focus note-taking as well as writing. 34% of our staff were able to be trained at 2019 AVID PATH training, which exceeded the 20% or 8 individuals we were expecting to be trained. I was trained personally in building capacity for district facilitated professional learning. And then 3 of our staffs attended AVID Showcase in November 2019. Mr. Rantala.
Good evening. Thank you, Governing Board President and members of the Governing Board and Dr. Creekard. Our goals, professional development outcomes for Hohokam and Yavapai were that 14 staff attended the Summer Institute in June of 2019. All staff were trained in the AVID module Reading and Writing to Learn, Strategies for the Elementary Classroom. 6 staff were trained in the AVID module Building Capacity for District Facilitated Professional Learning, and 7 staff attended the AVID Showcase in February of 2020. We did have another showcase scheduled, but that one was canceled due to school closures.
Excellent. On this slide, governing board and members, you'll be able to see our instructional goals as well as our system and cultural goals and those subsequent outcomes. Everything you see on the slide on both sides is with the hope of increasing student proficiency in all subject areas by an increase in rigor and critical thinking skills throughout the use of our AVID practices. So if you'll look on the left, we hope to have 80% of our students proficient in focused note-taking by evidence from artifacts and walkthroughs. By the end of this school year, we've noticed 100% of our middle school classrooms demonstrating focused note-taking and appropriate use of binders, as evidenced through my walkthroughs and observations on campus. We hope to have 80% of our students in a given classroom present a binder that meets grade level expectations. We noticed 100% of our students demonstrating that focused note-taking and having the binders available for checks. In terms of systems and culture, we wanted our staff to be trained in AVID sponsored professional development, and we noticed 100% of our staff were participated, as evidenced on the previous slide. And we wanted our team to be formed and meet on a regular basis. And in fact, we did meet monthly and discussed our goals and implementation. And in fact, we're still meeting this week as a team. On the next slide, you'll see some of that Q3 benchmark data that Dr. Hagiat referenced. It's important to note that this is our baseline year, so we'll be using the blue columns as our baseline and indicator for future years. But to just compare year over year, you can see we did notice a gain in nearly every test, or at the worst, a slight regression or stagnation in some. These Q3 benchmarks encompassed a lot of different subject areas. For instance, Q3 second grade ELA asked students to understand the who, what, where, when, and why, whereas fourth grade math had an emphasis on solving word problems that include multiplication and division, as well as comparison of fractions. Mr. Rantala.
Thank you, Mr. Eierman. So for our school year goals for HOCOM and Yavapai, we had two in the area of instruction. Both were to unify the schools as we were coming together temporarily for the 2 years. Our first goal was to do that through student organization and goal setting, as evidenced through student artifacts, classroom walkthroughs, and the CCI outcomes. And we'll talk a little bit more about the CCI in a little bit. We were successful in that. All classrooms are utilizing AVID binders and folders during the 1920 school year, as evidenced by the AVID site visit and administration walkthroughs. Our second instruction goal, also to unify, is through a college culture of high expectations, as evidenced by student artifacts, classroom walkthroughs, and the CCI outcomes. And again, all AVID elementary students set goals and consistently monitor their academic progress to ensure success on their path to college readiness. Our system and culture goal was to unify the schools through a culture of college and career awareness, as evidenced by student artifacts and classroom walkthroughs. This also was evident on the AVID site visit this past November, and walkthroughs from administration. We have a visual culture in our classrooms, including student work, college pennants, academic language is used by teachers and students, and there's high-level questions are used from teachers. And all classrooms displayed college artifacts, including door signs and college pennants and posters, and we'll have a little bit more about that in a minute. Here are the Q3 benchmark scores for this school year and last school year. And please note that last school year, that is CIMAR joined or averaged HOCOM and Yavapai's because we weren't together in the 18-19 school year. So the green is an average score of the two schools, and we operate together for benchmarks this school year. We're seeing a good increase pretty much across the board, with the exception of that second grade ELA being flat from 60 to 60, but still good results coming about from our framework of high expectations that the AVID goals have helped provide.
Great. On this, go ahead. Sorry, Mr. Rantala. On this slide, board members, you'll see a lot of the different things that AVID encompasses on all of our campuses. There's an increased focus on rigor, focused note-taking and Cornell notes, including graphic organizers and 2 and 3 column notes, which we'll talk about a lot in a subsequent slide. Binders, planners, and agendas, professional learning, monthly site team meetings, and teachers and students collaborating on a regular basis.
Sorry. In addition to that, we have student goal setting, college culture with pennant signs and college talk, academic language and accountable talk in all classrooms, high level of questions and critical thinking, as well as critical reading strategies. And both Mr. Ironman and I are active members of our building site teams, and the site teams and building administration facilitate professional learning for the campus and AVID.
On this slide, you'll talk and notice a little bit about the CCI that Mr. Rontala referenced a few slides ago. It's the coaching and certification instrument. It's one of the tools that AVID uses internally from both us as administrators and a school site, as well as outside evaluators to gauge how much progress we're making in our AVID implementation and success. We also have our AVID goals and site team plans, site visits, and statewide assessment and outcomes that we hope to compare year over year, as we'll have statewide longitudinal data for next year. On the next slide, you'll see a lot about focused note-taking. I've referenced it a few times now, but the purpose of focused note-taking is for learners to interact with lesson content during instruction and develop the ability to revisit those key elements on each topic. When I was in school and I would take notes, I would furiously try to scribble things down in hopes of remembering what I could and stuff it in a binder, maybe use it later to study for a test and hope for the best. But with AVID, it's much more systematic and more deliberate in terms of why you're taking the notes and what they're doing. You take the notes, you process them, you connect and think with them, you summarize and you apply that learning in the hopes of having higher level questioning and critical thinking. If you'll notice on the next slide, the CCI that I mentioned earlier has direct standards and columns related to how we can measure our success with focused note-taking and higher level thinking. So you'll see all those yellow circles are where we started the school year as a site at Copper Ridge. We did not have any instruction on focused note-taking or strategies. By the end of the school year, we've noticed and used focused note-taking strategies, including 3-column notes and graphic organizers across all of our grade levels. In terms of higher level thinking, COSA's level of questioning or depth of knowledge is an opportunity for students to approach content in a more profound and deeper thinking way, not just the who and the what, but more the why and the how. We started the year without any instruction on that, and by the end of the year, we're ending with several assignments and several opportunities for students to use COSA's level of questioning and depth of knowledge to further propel their higher level thinking and their use of rigor and inquiry in the classroom. On the next slide, you'll see some examples of what that can look like in practice. Here you'll see 3 examples of what those focused notes and COSA's level of questioning can lead to in a classroom. All 3 of these students were given the same assignment to think more critically about Napoleon and the French Revolution. All of them are required to take notes on him, re-examine those notes, and then use those to create this finished product that helps to exemplify what French Revolution was for that student. You'll see the DOK, or depths of knowledge, where they're forced to think of higher level questions and more critical thinking about each question. And then you'll even see how this can lead to interpretation for multiple students. All 3 students were forced to do the same assignment, and all 3 students viewed Napoleon in a radically different way. The example on the far right shows a proud dignitary military leader, and the one on the left shows no face, but still kind of a tall, which is interesting with Napoleon, but a taller figure. And then the one in the middle, you'll notice a man stuck alone on an island, which is how Napoleon ended his life. All 3 students given the same assignment and given the same opportunity to show their critical thinking skills in this way. And then on the next slide, you'll see from my school on the 3rd grade side, we asked our 3rd graders to think about kindness and how their older peers, their 5th graders on our campus can help influence kindness and work for a stronger community. So the students took notes on kindness and then produced an article that showed how our older students could influence kindness throughout the campus. So not just working on the academic focus of our campus, but also improving the community and culture on our campus.
And then the 3 pictures on the left are from 4th grade classrooms at Hohokam and Yavapai. The far left image, the circle in the center says word problem hints. So this is a math categorization graphic where they put the keywords of math operations in each of the different quadrants, such as sum, in all, difference, and product. The center picture on top is from a science journal where students wrote the characteristics of the 3 different types of rock in that chart. And the picture on the bottom is a double bubble map that compares and contrasts common nouns with proper nouns. Also examples of focus note taking. Here are some examples of student goal setting and monitoring of their progress. We have 3 bookmarks on the left. These are from a first grade class, and the colors designate the quarter. So you can see that there are check marks next to certain goals, and then you might notice a note on the AR or accelerated reader points that once they've achieved that goal, they give them a stretch goal so that they're still encouraged to continue to read. But these are differentiated by students and set up by a mini conference with the teacher. And then on the right, we have a 4th grade fluency tracking chart. Students do fluency tests once a week or once every 2 weeks, and they track their progress trying to get to be more fluent, as research shows that fluency is directly related to comprehension when it comes to reading. Student organization is a big component of the AVID framework. We have planning, calendars, and agendas, and you see an example of an agenda on the left, AVID binders, and there's an example of that below that bubble. You see the agenda in the binder, and then also there's there's 2 sides of the binder have a stay home or a bring back to school labels, so they know what stays home and what needs to be checked, and then graphic organizers, and we've got that same image of the double bubble from that previous slide. But organizing our thoughts is critical for recall and for proper recall later on. Here are the CCI. Here's one piece of the CCI for HOCOM and Yavapai. And this follows along with our school-wide instruction goal, goal setting and organization. Indicator 9, organizational methods. We started at a 2. You see the yellow circle there at the beginning mark. So AVID elementary students in 1 grade level set goals and consistently monitor their academic progress. And then we ended at a 3. I would probably say more of a 3.5 on the road to a 4. I'm confident we'll get that 4 next year. But the 3 shows that AVID elementary students in 2 or more grade levels are setting those goals and monitoring the progress. For indicator 10, we started at a 1, students not receiving instruction on organizational tools. And then we moved to the far right with a 4. Elementary students throughout the school, so not just those in AVID training classrooms, routinely use AVID organizational tools, binder portfolios, graphic binders, and planning calendars to keep track of coursework and organize their thinking and learning. Another big component is a college and career going culture and awareness. So we have student goal setting, college research, college pennants, college talk, college corners, college banners and posters. And you see some images here from the door sign initiative that we put in place as part of our goal this year to increase that culture. In the middle, you'll see a 4th grade example. This is Mrs. Finan. You can see she went to Arizona State University. She has a Bachelor of Arts in Elementary Education and a Master of Education from Educational Leadership. So students see a wide variety of schools, a wide variety of degrees, and it's as they enter the classroom each day, it's a reminder of what they're doing now is laying the groundwork to having a sign like this of their own with a college degree. The other picture was of is on all 6 of our kindergarten classrooms or classrooms with kindergarten students, our 4 gen ed classrooms and our 2 self-contained special education classrooms with kindergarten students, so they are reminded that the path starts here. And what we do now leads to college and career readiness. Our student leadership group did a letter writing campaign to colleges as we were just beginning. We wanted to get pennants and posters and banners to display in Thunderbird Hall and increase our awareness of colleges. Before school closed, we received 3 back. It was really great to see students get excited about getting mail. Oftentimes personalized letters returned to them. But I'm sure we have more waiting for us when we get back on campus, and we'll be putting these up on Thunderbird Hall and increasing that college going culture and visual of different colleges across the nation. And feedback from parents so far, we had a Title I NEST program class based around AVID, and the parents took away that helping review the folder every day and establishing a daily routine and establishing a routine to organize homework would help. Parents also appreciate the focus on college and career readiness and the forward trajectory from our elementary campus to adulthood and making a living.
At Copper Ridge, our parents were very pleased with the organization of the students and appreciated how much more organized they were this year compared to last. And they also liked the amount of communication that happened through the AVID agenda and the use of AVID binders. From a staff perspective, we had a lot of really positive feedback, including the idea that AVID has changed the instructional dynamic of my classroom and improved the students' organization skills. The focused note-taking in the agenda has really helped drive the lesson. Students are getting their work in on time more consistently. Teachers are collaborating more. And one teacher remarked that during one of her AVID lessons, the students were so engaged they didn't want it to end.
And the collaborative planning between teachers was a comment at Hohokam and Yavapai as well. Also, a teacher stated that the uniformity of instruction was helpful for all students. Teachers using a common language and instructional strategies also helps. And student thinking and articulation of their thinking promotes high engagement and rigor daily. What students have said. One student did note that it was exciting to get mail from the colleges, but that they wrote. The day or soon after the door signs went up, a first grade student, the teacher noted them talking to another first grade student, talking about what college they were going to go to. That teacher has been teaching for 20 years and yet had never heard a first grade student talk about going to college. And then in kindergarten, when they were asked why they were writing, a student replied, so that we can learn and go to college.
At Copper Ridge, we go back just quickly, thanks. Students have learned about note-taking and how to be more neat and organized. In addition to the writing and research and rigor part of AVID, there's also been a public speaking component we've used in our AVID elective, particularly our 8th grade AVID elective. It's given our students more self-confidence and allowed them to be more comfortable in their skin. In regards to how this will progress, for the Chaparral community, we did meet with the Chaparral principal and the administrative team about the AVID program and the student needs and ways to partner for future support as the students make their transition to high school. And we are exploring the idea of continuing to offer AVID as an elective in the high school, as well as skills and data to track those students who have been through our AVID program and how they're doing at Chaparral once they arrive.
Then at Tanalea, I believe Dr. Hage got already referenced this, but Dr. Pruninsky and the 6th grade team will attend AVID training this summer and begin implementation next school year. That'll allow a nice transition for the 5th grade students at Hohokam and Yavapai. Following next school year at Tanalea, additional staff will be trained in the summer of 2021, and then the program can expand to additional grade levels.
And in conclusion, AVID's provided all 3 of our campuses infrastructure and accountability. It's allowed for proven achievement, lifelong advantage, and college and career sustainability. And I know I speak for Mr. Antala and Dr. Brzezinski as well, but all students can benefit from AVID. Thank you.
Thank you, and we will take your questions at this time from our board members if you have questions for us. Thank you, Mr. Rantala and Mr. Ironman, and I also want to thank our district coordinator, Jackie Tulkinen, for giving us a lot of information and behind the scenes, working really hard to get us AVID ready. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Hagigat and Mr. Rantala and Mr. Ironman. We do have a question from Jan Michael Greenberg.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Going back to the assessment tool, the certificate tool, where you showed us where we started and where we've ended. Am I correct in believing that this is a tool that is that these rankings or ratings of success have been completed by you and the site team internally?
Yes, yes, that's correct.
And is there and I do know that there is I guess external auditing by the AVID group. Has that been done, or does that get completed? Not ignoring the fact that there's COVID, and obviously that has changed everything for the time being, but is there some form of annual external audit or review?
Yes, we received the feedback on our AVID site visit in November, had we not closed, we would have had a second site visit. They don't formally rate you externally on that first year, but they do give you, they do rate you after that.
Okay.
So the first year is a real implementation, get things rolling year, and then they're much more involved with looking at what you've got that's working and what you can do to improve yet more.
And
I'm sorry, and we will get some feedback on our goals and our progress from this year also.
okay, so we have not received that feedback yet, but
No.
we will still receive some feedback.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Kravitz would like to speak.
Yeah, can you please go back to the benchmark slides for either school? So, oh, sorry, I have to make this larger on my screen. So when I look at the benchmark for third grade, and it shows school year 19 and school year 20, those third graders from 2019 are now fourth graders. So they would be the brown column in 2019 and the blue column in 2020. Is that correct?
Yes,
Correct.
that's correct.
Right, so I need to kind of keep flipping from year to year what the outcome is. So with AVID, the goal is we should be seeing an increase in each year. So for instance, like in fourth grade last year, there was a 50% goal achieved on the benchmark. And this year it was 55%, correct?
Yes.
So
Correct.
we should see that continuing in the future in an upward trajectory. Okay, and then can you go to the goals page as well? So, okay, the previous page, sorry. So I'm just trying to get a sense of how the PD was the same or different for each school. So we have 100% of staff participated in AVID at Copper Ridge and 14, but so was that the Summer Institute? I mean, because I see 14 attended the Summer
Yeah.
Institute. So I'm trying
bullets-
to use the same, the same vocabulary here.
Sure.
Right. Our bullets are kind of in different orders. So the 100% of staff, we also had 100% of staff trained in an AVID module. So all staff received AVID PD. That's just we had the 14 attend the Summer Institute, which was actually due to the merge. We had about 4 less teachers attend than we would have if we were separate entities, Holcomb and Yavapai. So that was a factor of the merge and just in calendars and planning.
Okay, so, and then we have, for Copper Ridge, it says, 34% trained in AVID path training.
Sure.
What was that for Hohokam and Yavapai? Similar numbers or how many or?
They have
Oh,
14.
we had the 14. That's where we had the 14.
Oh, that's the 14, okay.
Yeah. And like I said, had the 2 schools stayed separate, Yavapai was looking to take a team of 9 or 8 to the path, which is a local training, and Hohokam was set to take an 11 to San Diego. So we quickly added some Yavapai staff to that San Diego trip, and then due to scheduling conflict, we were only able to bring the 3.
Okay, so the path was the local training, which I'm trying to figure out which column that's in now. I guess I'm just trying to make sure that each school is getting the same trainings, and that, okay, so because like here it shows Copper Ridge got the path training, but then, and you said, excuse me, Mr. Rantala, what did Hohokam?
We did the Summer Institute last year, which is very similar to the path training. The path is just a localized version that is a little more affordable due to the lack of travel.
Okay.
But they don't have quite as many strand offerings.
Got it.
And so we chose to do that at HOCOM just to get the full experience of a full-on summer institute. But
Okay.
we're planning on doing the path this summer, and that was the plan for Tonalea and Copper Ridge pre-COVID-19. So now that's been pushed off. So we're looking at our different options to figure out how to train staff for this coming school year.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so from this is Allison Beckham. So it sounds like they have not come out with a virtual training for their summer trainings yet?
Yes, they do have a summer training, and we have actually Tonalea is going to the Digital XP, and so we're working with both Copper Ridge and HOCOM to decide, what teachers are going to go do the digital XP experience. Path will also be offered in the fall, so some teachers will go to that instead.
Okay, good. I'm glad to see that they're going at least digital.
Mm-hmm.
So that we can continue that training.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from board members? Okay.
Well, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Kravitz?
Oh, sorry, I didn't. Did we introduce the AVID coordinator who's joined us on the meeting? I didn't realize. She's new, so that's what.
She is, and I thanked her, but I didn't introduce her to the board members and Dr. Creekard and Sandra. I'd like to introduce Jackie Tolkinen, who has been amazing at helping us with the implementation at all schools. So, Jackie, if you can say hello.
Hello. And I've been here. I've been in attendance the whole meeting, but I just I'm excited to be here, and I'm excited about AVID and what it's done at the schools, and expanding to Tonalea next year.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jan Michael Greenberg would like to make a comment.
Yeah, it's actually more of a question to my fellow board members. When AVID was first introduced or brought up a year ago, there was hesitation as to whether it was something we wanted to continue. I know the concept, if I remember, was we were going to do it this year as kind of a pilot, see if it's something we wanted to continue moving forward. I support continuing it moving forward, but I just wasn't sure if this was the appropriate time to have that discussion or another time was, and I wasn't sure what my colleagues thought about that.
Well, let's see what they think. Patty Beckman, please.
Well, when I asked to speak, I wanted to thank everybody because this was a lot of work. I can tell, putting all this information together, and it was really informative. With regard to board member Greenberg's comment, I know our discussions last year were quite robust about AVID. I personally believe that it's something that you need to continue to see the optimal results, that it's not exactly, you're not going to see its potential in 1 year. So not only do I appreciate what they put together because it was informative and I think we're on the right path, I think we're going to see even better results in the years to come. So yes, I agree that I think it's working from what I've seen.
Any other board members like to comment to board member Greenberg's question? Sandy Kravitz.
To board member Beckman's comment, I don't think you can see, results. I wouldn't pull the plug in 1 year. I think, we do need some more data and to hopefully, continue to see growth on an upward trajectory for this program. And I don't think the idea was ever to pull the plug at 1 year, but this was to be a pilot program and perhaps see, if we want to roll it out elsewhere.
Comments from Barbara Perlberg.
Thank you. Well, hold on. Oh, I'm unmuted. So thank you. I agree completely with board member Kravitz. I'm grateful for the baseline, grateful for the discussion and the anecdotal presentation today, this evening. And I know a year ago, concerns were expressed. I agree 100%. We need at least another year to see how far we go. And I believe the request at that time was, let's not, or at least I know I made a request that we not push forth this pilot without that understanding of how beneficial it is. Agree, 1 year baseline isn't going to tell us that, especially this year and what happened in this year. So I would say, hold on one moment. I think I messed up something there. Sorry. But I would just add that again this year is as we kind of see how far we get in the next year, hold off on expanding the pilot until, you know, we really know what we have and how successful it can be. So that would be my only comment at this time.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment. This is Dr. Hagigat.
Yes.
The expansion for next year is minimal. We do not want to leave the Yavapai and Hohokam fifth graders in a situation of not continuing their college and career readiness. So it's only being extended to sixth grade at this time, knowing that we need to continue to collect data to show that these strategies are doing exactly what we want to do. And this baseline will help us for next year. I don't know the exact process to go about, you know, extending, but we do feel that adding just sixth grade at Tonalea will allow us to not leave our students in a situation of not continuing their growth.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hagigat, for that additional information.
Thank you.
I guess I'll comment. I agree that I don't think that this was an information discussion item. It wasn't meant to be one that after 1 year, unless there was circumstances and evidence showing that we should not continue with AVID, but I don't think it was meant to be a 1 year, make a decision next year. I will say that I appreciated seeing the budget. I do have a couple more questions on that, and I will bring those up separately after the meeting. And that I was expecting a little bit more, when we started this, one of the reasons why I wasn't on board was because it's not that I didn't think the professional development or the actual tools the students would gain would not be helpful or beneficial to them, because organizational skills are, and I can see how a common language can help the culture of the school, as well as the educators, be able to collaborate and speak the same language and see that growth. But what I was hoping for when this was started, and I believe I mentioned it then, is that we would have concrete measurements in which we would be able to measure each year. And it was said that we would have those after this first year. I don't feel like we have is concrete of measurements. And I think we can, as the slide shows right now, Copper Ridge is measuring one way, Hohokam, Yavapai is kind of measuring another when we talked about the goals. I'd like to see some more consistency on those goals, unless there's reasons for it, and then you would note the reasons for that. But that's what I was hoping for at the end of this year, and I don't think that was because of COVID-19 that did not happen. I'm really excited to see that the students are, engaged and picking up on the note taking and the binders and looking forward to college. I also think that the kind of informal surveys of the teachers was very positive too. So I'm looking forward to hopefully having more of a program analysis in year 2.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. If there's no other questions, then just thank you very much. And Jackie, I didn't thank you before, so I thank you for joining the team and helping with the presentation and all you're doing at the schools. And again, thank you, Dr. Hagigat and Mr. Ironman and Mr. Rentala. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on next to information item C, Title I update. Dr. Creekard, will you introduce our presenter?
Yes, President Beckham, members of the board, thank you very much again. The next presentation was something that board members had asked for earlier this spring for an update on our Title I program. Title I has been around, I don't know, maybe close to 40 years. Before that, it was called Chapter 1 Reading. Its title comes from the congressional act that authorized the expenditures. It was so you think of it in the title similar to Title IX. We know what Title IX is. That is making sure that we have facilities and opportunities for all kids, regardless of gender. And Title I was begun as a source of federal funds to help solve gap issues with students based on poverty levels. So the money has been provided for instruction and for support for families, but also Title I is the way that we recognize those students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. So all of that together makes Title I, which helps purchase things such as the AVID program to give more differentiated ways to help kids who come from poverty, who do not have all of the advantages that more affluent kids may have, and tries to create a more equitable situation for all kids. And as I said, it's been around for a long time. So with that history lesson that I'm famous for, I would like to introduce again Dr. Hagigat, who in her role as Assistant Superintendent for Elementary is also this year charged with overseeing the Title I program, as most of the Title I schools are elementary schools. And of course, the fact that she had a very successful career as a Title I principal at both an elementary and middle school herself, she is very knowledgeable in that area. And we wanted to make sure that we took advantage of her expertise and her experience. So with that, Dr. Hagigat.
Evie, you're
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Creekard. I appreciate the introduction. And with that, again, President Beckham, members of the board, and Dr. Creekard, along with Sandra, I appreciate being here for the purpose of title. Dr. Creekard shared half of the introduction with you already, so I will continue in the parts that he hasn't shared. And for us, the impact to students is assessed in a qualitative and quantitative way. And we want to make sure that today you have the opportunity to see the Q3 school city benchmarks that were analyzed. One of the focus that we had was proficiency for grades 3 through 5 in ELA, English Language Arts, knowing that a solid foundation in the lower grades is key for future student success. As you will see later in this presentation, 75% of 2nd through 5th grade students in our Title I schools demonstrated an increase in their proficiency in ELA, and principals have reviewed the data and continue to work on ways to provide interventions for those students that have not reached proficiency, as noted by our Q3 school city benchmarks. I also want to take the time right now to share with you that our Title I Executive Director, Ms. Margaret Cerna, works side by side at the high school with Principal Amy Palatucci at Coronado to increase the confidence of some of our students that were seen to be very significantly below grade level in their proficiency for reading, and these are 10th graders. And the goal for this particular case was to make sure that we hired an intervention specialist to provide the needed strategies. And while we were waiting for that to happen, Ms. Cerna worked with students to provide the coaching and guidance and organization and reading comprehension skills. So students that began the journey being reluctant found an adult champion in Ms. Serna who believes in them and their ability to be successful. This was just the start of these 22 10th graders that will continue their high school experience knowing that both Ms. Palatucci and Ms. Serna are someone that they can count on. We look forward to learning more about their academic and personal success as they continue to learn and grow at Coronado High School. Her responsibilities also included working with the science department to establish PLCs and the ability for the high school teachers to create common formative assessments, and she'll talk a little bit more about that. So at this time, I want to introduce Ms. Serna, the Title I Executive Director. She will share with you details about the academic achievement, the Title I budget allocation and expenditure, as well as the highlights for the 2019-2020 school year. Ms. Serna, over to you.
Okay. Okay. Am I on?
You are.
All right. Okay. I just thank you for the introduction, Dr. Hagigat, and I'd also like to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to present the hard work of the principals and teachers of our Title I schools. So I'll begin. President Beckman, school board members, Dr. Creekard and Mrs. Como. I start my presentation with one of my favorite saying, the happiest place on earth is not Disneyland. It has to be our schools. And I believe we do that in all our Scottsdale schools. But I want to be specific that in the Title I schools, our kids come to school every morning to a caring and safe environment where students receive equitable learning opportunities. So what does it mean to be a SUSD Title I school? Well, at the very beginning, again, as Dr. Creekard stated, it is dependent on the free and reduced lunch counts. And we'll talk about that more later. But we start with an integrated action plan at each one of the sites that is driven by the site-based management team and the principal. It starts with a school-wide comprehensive assessment, and the CNA drives the action plan. It's based on the academic needs of students, a professional development plan, results of stakeholder surveys, and then we make sure that it's always aligned with our district-wide goals. The plan consists of 6 principles, and at this point, I'd like to just give some kudos to Cheryl Redner for the help she has given me and the department in learning all the steps that were required for Title I. So she did a nice job the year before. Now we're implementing the plan. There was 4 principles that we picked. Number 1, effective leadership. 2, effective teacher and instruction. Principle 4, effective curriculum. And principle 6, family and community engagement. I'd like to begin at the beginning of the year. Dr. Hagigat and myself and Shelley Pappas, we sat down and talked about data analysis, school by school, kid by kid. And here's just a sample, and this comes from Pima Elementary School, of how we work to make sure that we're meeting the individual needs of every child. One of the goals of our program is to progress monitor, set goals, and also to keep an accurate history of the interventions that the student has had. I'd like to talk about each of the individual schools. I'm going to start with Yavapai Hohokam Elementary School. During the presentation, designing the presentation, I talked to Principal Rantella and asked him, what has made your scores continuously increase, and why is your school being successful? And first of all, he did say that AVID, the implementation of AVID was great because their first goal that they set forward was the unification of the school. And from day one, all those kids knew that they belonged on that campus. and the campus belonged to all of them. Also, they added rigor and relevance through in-depth instruction. They have a common language that all the teachers and students use in regards to learning, and every teacher on that campus has high expectations for the kids and themselves. And as you can see, there's growth in all areas. Now let's go to Navajo Elementary. Okay, when we look at our language arts, we know that we are working very diligently to design an instruction plan for each one of the children. And in fact, Principal Atzloff, he was my first person to do the kid by kid, and he was so prepared, and the teachers were so excited about the interventions that they were going to be providing for their students. Again, we did the kid by kid. Also, they did an iReady screener to see where the students were in regards to their language arts. And this will guide them for this year and for next year to continue to increase. Let's look at their math. They gave credit to the new math program that we've adopted, and also with the STEAM Discovery Ed program that has been added to Navajo is going to continue to build results in all content areas. Tavon Elementary School. First of all, Tavon Elementary School, this is their second year of being an ADE A-label school, and their sixth year of being A+ School of Excellence. When I talked to the principal, I said, well, what have we or you, everybody done to make this happen? And basically, all of the good things that have been in place before have been enhanced, such as things as they continue with their data walls, but they've gone electronic, which I think is great. And they progress monitor each and every student. They're they are PLC community, and they have action teams that meet weekly every Tuesday. And administration does sit in on those meetings so that we are all on the same page. Also, the Daily 5 is the Daily 5 reading process is taught in all the grade levels, and this is a way of providing differentiated instruction for the students. Another thing that is new this year is that Barb Reinhardt is piloting a program at Tavon where science is taught every single day, and it coincides with all the content areas. 2 years ago, student data notebooks were implemented where the students set goals and they also record their progress. And this is at the center of parent-teacher conferences. Pima Elementary School. This is our traditional school model that has language arts Spalding and Saxon math. The language arts shows some pretty consistent growth. Fifth grade did have a little bit of a drop. And I asked, what are you doing as well? And again, the kid by kid meetings that they use in their PLCs makes all the interventions, they progress monitor them, record them, and adjust for the needs of the children. This past year, they have been working with math specialists, Donna Dempsey, to develop appropriate CFAs to analyze the students' learning, because they're not the same as the regular elementary schools that use another math program. They use the Saxon program. Okay, I'll move on. Echo Canyon. Oh my gosh, look at these rock stars. They are really, really showing growth. When you look at the growth that they're making in language arts, especially in the 6th and 7th grade, tells us that whatever the interventions they're using prior are working. And when you look at their math, you can also see some significant growth. When I talked to the principal, Kat Hughes, I asked what was making the difference this year. And she said that they had used their TSI money to bring in trainers for differentiated instruction. And the training was given to the teachers, and also additional coaching and progress monitors that came along with it has helped everybody to work together to increase achievement. What else did she say? So I'm done with that. Okay. Tonalea K8. The one thing I first want to start off with Tonalea is the impressive work that Dr. Prinsky and his staff have done to build community in that school. The parent involvement, parent engagement at that school is incredible. And in your packet, you do have a Form B that lists all the activities that were provided at Tonalea to bring their community together and to get support from the parents and community members. They've done an excellent job, and I want to congratulate Dr. Prinsky and his staff. When we look at their data, there is some trajectory of improvement, but we also know that there's some that have gone down in their student achievement numbers. Dr. Prinsky implemented his data walls electronically, which is a way that they communicate as grade level teachers and as a school of how they can support and all be on the same page. They have worked diligently with their PLC progress monitoring. And now when we move to math, we can see math is moving along in the lower grades, but in the upper grades, we are going to continue to look for strategy and give them support to increase those numbers. Ingleside Middle School. Again, this year they earned an A label from the Arizona Department of Education, and that is incredible. So now we have 2 schools that are A labels, but give us another year and we're gonna have a lot more. Okay, so when you look at 6th grade, ELA at 59%, there was a decrease in the 6th grade, but I'm confident that when you look for the next year, they continue to use the interventions that they need, and their 7th grade had a significant growth up to 68%. When we're looking at our math benchmarks, again, our 7th grade showed improvement. Our 4th grade is continuing to use the interventions to catch up our students so they can perform better in math. When I spoke with the principal, Mr. Thuman, and also with their Title I specialist, they both expressed concern that they wanted to continue to build on math strategies for the teachers to implement in the classroom, and that is what we will be doing next. And last but not least, Coronado High School. As an early childhood teacher, working with a high school has been an incredible opportunity for me. And I've been working side by side with Amy Palatucci. That is incredible. She's infectious with her enthusiasm that has gone on to her teachers and now her students. So let's look at our language arts. Again, it's kind of staying consistent, but we are putting different strategies in place for next year's. And one of the strategies I'm very excited about is the teachers that are in the language arts department will be taking a class teaching of reading an appropriate high interest intervention for at-risk readers. So they're going to learn the strategies to work with our kids that are struggling in the high school, but we're going to use material that is appropriate for their grade levels so that they can feel good about what they're learning. Look at math, a 10% increase. I find that very exciting, and I know it's going to continue to grow. One last thing I want to talk about at Coronado High School is that this year I was part of the Science PLC along with Barb Reinhardt, and we really worked with the teachers. They're pretty novice teachers, but they are eager to learn and enthusiastic. And what we did is we unpacked all the standards and developed CFAs so that they could assess their kids throughout the year and adjust their instruction according to the student needs. So now I'm going to go through the highlights of our Title I program. The first highlight I had was when I did sit down with Dr. Hagigat. We went through everyone's plan, we went through the budget, and we analyzed what was direct instruction for students and what was indirect. Another one of the highlights will be coming this summer. It's called Beyond Move On When Reading. It's going to be a jump start program where we are identifying 140 identified third and fourth grade students for guided reading instruction and progress monitoring till they're in fifth grade. Parent involvement. One of my goals was to develop a positive public relations program for the Title I schools so that our parents have a true understanding of what Title I, that it's more than just free and reduced lunch. It is about providing additional service for at-risk schools and students. I also collaborated with the parent council. I did presentation, gave them information, presented at I think 2 parent council meetings. But one of the highlights that was we designed the intergenerational tutors program at Yavapai Hohokam. We have 15 Scottsdale retired seniors that provide tutoring once a week for students in reading and math. And it is unbelievable. I would invite anybody to come and observe. Community involvement. We developed the Read to Me program, and that happens every night where we read to some of our kids and they read in their pajamas, and then we have discussions after, and it's been very, very successful. We also collaborated with the principals that needed to increase student enrollment for Echo Canyon, Navajo, Coronado High School, and they all did increase their enrollment. We also supported the Hohokam Yavapai unification that has just been amazing. And again, the intergenerational tutoring program and recruiting. Some of the highlights of Title I supported programs and events. In your Form B, you will see I have probably about another 100 additional events and programs, but I'm going to highlight a couple of them. One of them is the Coronado High School Mind in Motion celebration, Ingleside Middle School parenting classes, and I want to acknowledge the Arcadia principals. They were having classes at each one of the schools, but they decided those classes were so small, so now they're all being held at Ingleside Middle Schools, which is saving money and has a big class of parents that are participating. Yeah, also sponsored Tonalea School Pride Nights, Echo Canyon's award-winning garden and chef partnerships, Navajo STEAM Showcase, Pima Parent Math and Literacy Nights, Hohokam Yavapai Nest Parent Education Classes, and the Tabon Parent University class. Now we're going to get to budget. Again, you can see it's 2.545230, $2,500,045 this year. And one thing we're really proud of is that of that amount, $2,031,778 of those dollars go directly into the school and the classroom. And I'm going to explain this as we go on. Here is a chart of how the money is distributed. And we start looking by school support. We allocate 30% of our monies directly to the school. And those funds are spent by the direction of the site-based management team and the principal. We also have school support from set-asides, which consists of our preschool programs and our reading specialists. Then we have district indirect school support, and that comes to $513,451, and that is inclusive of salaries and professional development, travel, conferences. The per pupil allocation, according to the law, is 30%, and we get that money out to the schools as soon as possible. They use this money for reading and math intervention, additional staff, program purchasing, and professional development and family engagement events. Indirect costs, as in any grant, is 3.97 that goes to district to support our program. District administration is 10.49, and that is inclusive of the Title I director, the coordinator of grants, and an administrative support coordinator. It also is inclusive of Title I conference and in-district trainings and materials. A part of Title I is that we are required to provide funds to private or charter schools that service our children. And that is 1.34 of our budget, which comes out to $33,707,000, with an additional $337,07 for family engagement. So when you look at the chart on the left, it tells us how many of our students are attending non-SUSD schools that qualify for free and reduced lunch. And then we look at those students, we look at their progress. If the students are doing well, they are not counted. If they need further interventions, the funds are provided. So now on the right, you can see the schools, how many children they have at the school, and what funding goes to them. Pre-kindergarten preschool classes is the biggest part of our budget. That is 26.08 of our budget. And what that pays for is 7 full-time pre-K teachers, 7 full-time pre-K assistants, supply, training, and technology for those classrooms, and professional services, registration fees for teacher training and conferences. Our Title I intervention program, this is also funds that go directly to the school in the form of a Title I instructional specialist. And we fund 6.5 of those positions at all our Title I schools. We also provide $1.1 4.4 to our services for homeless students, our McKinney-Vento children. Title I allocations at a district that exceed 500,000 must set aside a 0.5 percentage to meet those students' needs. And what that money is being used for is a social worker that is based out of Tonalea that solely works with homeless students. Title I parent involvement, 1.39 is to be allocated to each school for their own purpose of providing any type of parent engagement at the school. There is 35,452 put aside. And now when you look at the right, it is based on the 100-day count of free and reduced lunch of the prior year. And listed are the schools and the amounts that they are given. Professional development, 4.38. This is salary and benefits for the Title I pre-K coordinator, which was a 0.5. Support supply resource materials, professional development, staff development for administrative and support staff, travel expenses, mileage, and expenses related to professional development. I also broke down all the staffing that is funded by Title I so that that would be transparent of what we are paying for and where they are. And I want to thank you. It was an honor to present the hard work of the principals, the teachers, excuse me, and the students. I want to close with saying gratitude is a wonderful thing. And after this situation with what has happened to us in school, I'm hoping that we start our year with gratitude, because what is excellent in others belongs to all of us as well, and especially to our children. So that's my presentation. I want to open it up for some questions.
All right, thank you very much, Margaret. And Patty Beckman has a request to speak. Patty, you might be on mute.
I was on mute. Sorry about that. Thank you. This is a great presentation, and thank you, Dr. Hoggyhot, too. You guys have given a lot of information. With regard, going all the way back to Coronado, maybe yes. Maybe I don't have a Coronado math slide. Was there one? I have.
No, yes. No. I wanted to share with you that one was ELA 6th. It was the ELA 11th grade formative benchmark, and that was school year 18 and school year 19. We were highlighting ELA.
Okay, I see. Because my question would have been, we had our first Algebra 1 class or students at Tonalea this year, correct?
Yes.
And I was just curious if that data would be in Coronado's or in Tonalea's. You don't have the slide.
We can look that up for you. We don't have that information today, but we can certainly support with that.
Yeah, at some point, that'd be great. And
Thank
then
you.
a last quick question on the staff. This is just what's paid out of Title I at the schools, right?
Correct.
Okay, because we were just awarded by the state another social worker at Tonalea, I believe, through that safety and security.
And Coronado as well.
And Coronado. So there are additional staff members as it relates to social workers, that type of thing. This is just paid through title.
This is just paid through title. Okay. And I want to just say that it is a goal of mine and also of Cheryl Redner to see how we can braid our funds so that we can get the most bang for the money by being inclusive of providing funds that are paid not just by Title I or just with DSEG or ELD, that we are very, very careful that we are looking at every dollar and how it's spent.
Okay, last question regarding the title funds, and this is kind of just a vague answer, I'm sure, that are set aside for our McKinney-Vento students, the services for the homeless. I would assume that that particular social worker is really keeping in touch with those students now, correct?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. And she's housed at Tonalea for the simple fact that they have the highest population of homeless children, but she is available for all of the schools.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jan Michael Greenberg.
Could you just discuss a little bit about the working relationship between all of our Title I schools and how you're coordinating that? Just because it's amazing. All these schools have some very fun and exciting programs that are either new or have been in play for a couple of years now and are being enhanced, as you say. But that relationship between the schools and transfer of knowledge and seeing, maybe this program could work at this school too. Could you explain that a bit?
Absolutely. We do hold quarterly principal meetings, Title I principal meetings, and we also hold monthly and sometimes more than monthly meetings with the Title I specialist. And at that point is where we share information, we celebrate our successes, discuss our concern, and they're a pretty tight-knit group and they work well with each other. There's a lot of sharing. And I'm speaking back to when I was a principal, I was constantly in contact with the other principals sharing ideas. So the community amongst the Title I school is awesome.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we have opportunities to work as learning communities where a lot of the work for the continuous improvement plan in Title I is being reviewed constantly to make sure that we create consistency as much as we can, because we do know, especially among Title I schools, that our families at times move from one place to the next. So we want to create that foundation that no matter where they are, we're not through the system developing gaps for our students.
Right. Well, I appreciate that. I think, I don't speak for everybody, but I'm sure I do to some degree that Title I is just a very important area educationally for us, and it's nice to see just the amount of time and work that all of our staff and teachers pour into really trying to help equalize and bring equity there. So I appreciate the time and the presentation.
Welcome. Any more questions?
I had one more, Margaret.
Sure.
Sorry. So, given the current environment, I know that with Title I, it's somewhat challenging in a typical environment with parents and families applying for free and reduced and filling out that paperwork. And I know a couple of years ago, Mojave came off Title I status, if you will. Do we anticipate any challenges, or are we reaching out to make sure that those families do keep that status, that are appropriately qualified, and we make ourselves available so that they don't get lost in the mix and not fill out that paperwork and whatnot? A, do I right by the families, but B, make sure the school gets the resources it's due to provide for those families?
What I want to say about that, my first goal was to do public relations for Title I. And part of that is having the information that it's just not about free and reduced lunch, that it's kind of like based on the census that we are able to get more funds to give counselors, to give reading specialists, math specialists, all those things. But getting that information out to the parents, we've been working very, very hard on that. And the principals are awesome about making sure they follow up and work with the families, explaining it. And excuse me. And this is just a Margaret opinion. It's not, fact, but I think relevant to that everything that has happened now with the coronavirus, that we're going to have more kids that are going to be qualifying.
Right.
And I think that through my department and other ones, we need to prepare for the influx of the social emotional things that our children may be coming back with us in the fall, but we're going to be ready.
And I also want to add that we have blended funds with also our DSEG and our community specialists are the boots on the ground that continue to support us in better understanding what it is that our families need so that we're not late. We want to be just on time, especially during these very hard times.
And thank you for that, because that was kind of my point, is that in this environment, things are going to be changing and changing rapidly. And if there was ever that hesitancy by families, or maybe they were uninformed to, to reach out, that we, of course, were taking measures. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I apologize, Patty. I had trouble with my mute button, so I couldn't get to you. It kept on muting when I was unmuting. Sandy Kravitz is requesting to speak.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you, Mrs. Cerna, for the
Hi, Ms. Kravitz.
Approximately how many homeless students do our Title I schools serve?
It varies at all all our different sites. Now, I wouldn't have those numbers, but we can get them for you. That would come from.
I'm sorry. Last time that I asked that number, we were about 130, I believe, in the district.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important for our community to understand that.
Absolutely.
And then, could you comment on the level of engagement of our Title I students with regard to the remote learning that's going on? I know we've given out a lot of Chromebooks, and hopefully those students and families took advantage of that. So, how is the level of engagement with for those students?
I'm so glad you asked that, because today I did have a Zoom meeting with all my Title I specialists, and we talked about what was the participation. The two that I can remember right off the top of my head is Ingleside is almost at 90% of students engaging at some level. And when EB mentioned about the community specialists, they are on the phone every day with the kids. Also, Tanalia, that instructional specialist told me that their community specialists and some of the other classified and teachers, they are keeping a record. They contact every family at least once a week.
Okay,
so
great.
I think Scottsdale is so far ahead in the technology online learning, and I'm just so proud of being part of this district for that's one of the reasons.
Okay, and then another question I have is, what are the goals? I mean, we've seen some of the benchmarks that you presented, but what are the actual goals that were set for the students? And then
sure.
Again, are those charts or columns are comparing this year's second graders, for example, to last year's second graders? So then I would look at last year's second graders and comparing them to this year's third graders, correct?
Just like you did with the AVID data, exactly. You're right on target.
Can we get some data or some information on following those students year to year? I mean, I think we have some, eighth graders and see how they're doing, so we can compare over time how they're progressing.
And also our interest is to follow them with their goals, but also we want to make sure that, and this is something that Ms. Cerna has brought up to the table, that our students, that we are able to track the interventions that we're using on our students so they don't get lost using the same intervention that may not be working for them. And so that's something that we want to build upon with our principals so that we have a way of tracking what works and what doesn't for what students. We're really going after more specific data so that we're able to continue to help kid by kid.
Well, right. I mean, we want to make sure what we're doing is effective. So we're not, spinning our wheels doing the same thing over and over again, so we can intervene as soon as we can to help all of these kids succeed.
Mrs. Kravitz, if you remember when I talked about the Beyond Move On when reading that we're going to be providing for our students, part of that, they're going to go to their instruction, a 3-week camp. But these students are going to have their own, the teachers are going to have their own PLC, a community that is going to follow them 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're not going to fall through the holes again. We're going to make sure.
I'm excited to see,
Thank you.
to learn more about that program and hear about the outcomes. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yes, Barbara Perlberg.
Thank you.
Hi, Ms. Perlberg.
Hi there. I appreciated that, especially that last conversation. It's exciting to hear that we have a kind of a new level of accountability in especially our Title I schools of what's working and what's not. That's very exciting. I guess I'd love to understand a little bit more and just to get a little picture of our instructional specialists.
Sure.
That you described. Try and paint a picture of their day.
Sure.
I mean, part of the question is, do they engage with students directly while in the classroom, or are there pull-out situations, or do they engage more with our teachers?
Mm-hmm.
Just try and paint some
Sure.
days for those instructional specialists for us.
Sure. It's all the above. When we first originated when giving instructional specialists to the schools, they used them in different ways. And we used to have more at the schools, but now we've had to cut down. So there's 1 per school, and we have 3 schools that have a 0.5. But it is our direction that 50% of their time is direct instruction with students. Now, the other 50% is spent on all of the paperwork that's associated with Title I, writing the plan, doing the reoccurring assessments, etc. Then another part of that is coaching and working with the teachers. A lot of them go in and team teach, they do staff development, they're all utility. Whatever it takes, our specialists will do, all for the children and the teachers. Is that what you meant?
That is helpful. Specifically, do they work with students while they're in their classrooms, or do they pull out students?
Depends. Depends. Some of them go in and do guided reading. Some do one-on-one. Some are pull-out. It all depends on the school, and that is all directed by the site-based management team with the data in their PLCs. Because there's some students that need one-on-one, and there's some that need to hear others read. It all depends. But there's always accountability because we have logs and everything that are turned in to me.
That's great, and that shift was definitely necessary. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Okay, I just have 2 quick questions. You mentioned the summer reading program, the Beyond, that's going to follow the 140 students. How were those 140 students chosen? Was there a benchmark or criteria?
Well, we were going to base it again on the 4th quarter benchmarks, but now what we have is the 2nd and 3rd quarter. Mm-hmm. We are looking, when you look at the Move On When Reading, it's based on a formula provided by ADE. And as hard as everybody tries to get that formula, no one knows it. Last year, I think we had around 11 students that fell under the Move On When Reading, and they have to either attend summer school and pass an assessment or be retained. Well, we know that there's more than 11 students that are at-risk readers. So this is an idea that we came up with. We're going to get students that would benefit from some intense comprehension and fluency guided reading lessons. And they will be working with reading specialists as our first preference. And those are the students that we're going to continue monitoring for 3 years.
Right, I understand, but what was the criteria you used?
We're going to be looking at the 4th grade benchmarks, and we are looking at students that fall anywhere between the 20th percentile to the 60th percentile. Because we also know that students, it's very easy for them, not easy, but it's easier for them to move up into the performing quartile, but it's easy for them to slip down and go to the minimal. So we are looking at test scores, teacher recommendation, the reading specialists, we're looking at their language, we are looking at everything.
And are we limited to 140 students?
Yes, because of the funding. And this is my hope. This is my hope, Mrs. Beckham, that we are successful with our program at just our Title I schools. And I think this is a program that could make an outreach to the entire district for our at-risk kids. And I had a phone call from the Arizona Department of Education Title I executive director, and she said, I heard about this program. I want to know more about it, and we want to monitor it.
That's
so
awesome.
Kudos for Scottsdale.
Thank you. Yeah, one last, it's really not a question, just more of a request. The one thing I did notice is that the 8th graders were not on the charts. If you could just get us that information and we have the 8th graders on it, that would be fantastic.
We can do that. In fact, the reading specialist said, why aren't our 8th grade scores on there? They're great. So I will get that to you.
Okay,
Dr. Wagner, are you on?
I am.
Can you share a little bit about 8th grade, please?
Sure. The 8th grade math isn't on there because it wasn't comparable to last year. The test changed significantly. We went from when we adopted the new curriculum this year. So it wasn't a fair comparison to make to last year's math tests. And that's why, and also on 8th grade ELA, there was the same situation where the tests changed too significantly that we couldn't make that comparison.
Did the standards change also? I thought the assessments were based upon the standards.
They are based upon the standards, but the content and the presentation of the tests, the items had changed significantly enough that in talking with the teams that built the tests, they did not feel it was a good comparison going backwards to last year. So the tests that you saw today are the ones that were comparable enough. There wasn't a substantial change between the 2 years.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Well, thank you. I don't see any other questions, so thank you very much, Dr. Hagigat and Ms. Cerna. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to information item D, update on the STEAM professional learning plan. Dr. Creekard, will you introduce our presenter?
Thank you, President Beckham, members of the board. Again, you may remember a month ago when we had a governing board meeting that lasted 32 minutes. And
succeeded it.
And if you remember, I said at the time, one of the reasons we didn't have information or many action items on that agenda is because of that, the closure of school and all of the preparation, and people were busy, consumed with keeping our kids engaged in all of the issues of the beginning of that closure. So since that time, everybody has been back to work, very, very busy. And as a result, these presentations have now become ready. And so we are seeing now the third presentation of in this case, a new program, second of a new program that we have. And this is an update on the STEAM program that is working through Discovery Education at Laguna and Navajo schools. And again, there has been a concern among board members in the past that sometimes we label a school with a advertising kind of marketing label rather than what's truly happening on a day-to-day basis, although there are many attempts. And one attempt of ours to correct that situation is to give the training so that those schools can be what they hope to be. And by going to Discovery Education, we went to one of the top programs, one of the top vendors out there for STEM type of learning. So with that, I would like to introduce Dr. Kim Guerin, who has, through the teaching and learning program and the supervision with the teacher coaches. We also like to thank Barb Reiner for her work in bringing Discovery Education to us. And so with that, Dr. Guerin.
Thank you, Dr. Creekart. The teaching and learning team, in collaboration with educators at Laguna and Navajo, are very excited to bring you a STEAM update on their journey for this rigorous STEAM certification. Please welcome Cheryl Reiner, Executive Director of Teaching and Learning, and Barb Reiner, Academic Science Coach.
Everybody seeing the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay. Good evening, President Beckham, members of the board, Dr. Creekard, and Mrs. Como. We are pleased to present to you our year one progress of Laguna and Navajo's journey to receive their STEAM accreditation. My co-presenters tonight will be Brooke Williams, Principal of Laguna, and Matt Patzloff, Principal of Navajo. As with any successful program, it is important that the administration, the staff, and the community share a common vision. Defining STEAM was the first step.
Good evening, President Beckham, members of the board, Dr. Creekart, and Ms. Como. My name is Brooke Williams. I am the principal at Laguna Elementary. When you think of the definition of STEAM, a lot of people think of a lot of different things. So at Laguna, we set out to define what STEAM meant to us first and foremost. We did this as a collaborative approach with our teachers, with our staff, and with our parents. The definition that we came up with at Laguna is that STEAM is an inquiry-based approach to learning that integrates science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics to provide an environment where students can creatively solve real-world problems through collaboration, communication, and critical thinking.
Good evening, President Beckham, members of the governing board, Dr. Creekart and Ms. Como. My name is Matt Patzloff, and I'm the very proud principal of Navajo Elementary School. As Brooke just shared with you, we had a similar journey in coming up with our STEAM definition. Again, as Dr. Creekart just shared previously, if you look up STEAM, you'll find what the acronym means, but if you go to every STEAM school in the United States, you'll find very different missions and focuses of STEAM. So we have a STEAM subcommittee that meets monthly, and then we have subcommittees within that committee that also go ahead and meet bi-weekly to be sure that we are on our STEAM focus. And working with Barb Reiner through the science department, we came up with our definition of STEAM along with meeting with our parents and our teacher leads at school. So at Navajo, we believe that STEAM is learning that engages all students in collaborative design thinking for real world problem solving.
According to the Department of Labor, currently 50% of all jobs today require some type of STEAM skills. By 2030, that will rise to 75%, that all jobs are going to require some of these STEAM skills. So we must accelerate academic achievement and student engagement through real-world problem solving. We must transform a culture of teaching and learning based on the National Future Ready skills, the 4 C's: creativity, collaboration, critical thinking, and communication. We must ignite a consistent, sustainable, I'm sorry, I think I just lost my PowerPoint. Are we not seeing it? I am so sorry, you guys.
No, we are, well, we did see it, and now
Okay, now we got it. Okay, we must ignite a consistent, sustainable inquiry and transdisciplinary approach to STEAM. We must foster community engagement, ownership, and leadership of STEAM for future readiness.
Barb, can I interrupt you a minute? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Debbie, Debbie Spalding, we're not seeing the presentation.
Oh.
We did, and then once you started talking, all of a sudden it went away. So I just wanted you to know.
Okay, let me see what we
You
can
can
do.
continue, and then we can have ITV working on it.
Well, let me
Because
see.
we have seen the presentation. We've read through it.
Okay. Now
So
I
if
think,
you have it, you can continue, and they'll work on getting it up.
okay,
Barb, excuse me, this is Cheryl. I'll pull it up and I'll try to click through with you, okay?
okay.
Thank you, Cheryl.
I am so sorry about that, everyone.
Oh,
So the goals for student learning to make this happen is that we need students to explore and implement the elements of STEAM. Students will work collaboratively with each other to solve real-world problems. Students will use inquiry process to investigate interdisciplinary units. Students will be encouraged to use the National Future Ready skills in all learning situations. Collaborating, communicating, using creativity, thinking outside of the box, and critical thinkers that will include problem solving and perseverance.
Can you see, excuse me, can you see this PowerPoint?
Now we can see it. Thank you.
Okay. And I'll just continue where I'm at. Okay. Okay, so what is the goal for student achievement? As we've already stated, it's to accelerate academic achievement and student engagement through real-world problem solving. Students' learning will be measured through a variety of assessments. Assessments will include formative, summative, student performance, classroom and standardized assessments. Research supports that students involved in rigorous STEAM programs have increased achievement across subject areas. And we already saw some evidence of this with Margaret's presentation showing Navajo's increase in ELA. Project-based learning will be assessed using rubrics, teacher observations, and finished projects. So the outcomes, our projected outcomes at the end of this 3 years, we will have 2 schools, Laguna and Navajo, serve as the district's STEAM models of innovation. We will have over 34 teachers participating in the STEAM formation programming, receiving 90+ professional learning hours over these 3 years. Teachers will also receive a STEAM certification from Discovery Ed. We're going to have 8 STEAM innovators, 4 from each school, that will be receiving 160+ professional learning hours. And we will have 2 administrative teams receiving 90+ professional learning hours. Both schools will be receiving a STEAM accreditation for their campuses from Cognia, formerly known as Advanced Ed. And by the way, we know there's less than 10 truly STEAM certified schools in Arizona. So our progress to date, we've had 2 successful community awareness events back in November. The teachers have and administrators have received 3 full days of professional learning, and the innovators for it, each campus have received 8 days of coaching. So how has this professional learning showed up in our campuses? Brooke and Matt are now going to share some evidence of learning on both the teacher part and the student.
Right, so as you can see through some of these pictures, at Laguna, STEAM is really not just what we do, it's who we are. For us, the A in STEAM is an integral part of our instruction. We believe that the arts is the part of STEAM that brings it all together. It allows students to practice creativity and integrates the arts into all subject areas. Teacher education is an important part of the STEAM journey. We know that teachers have to be provided with professional development in order to be the best instructors that they can be. Many STEAM teachers feel underprepared for the rigor that comes along with inquiry-based instruction. Discovery Ed has provided us the opportunity for our teachers at both Laguna and Navajo to learn hands-on in a 30-hour program. The professional development is based on current research And teachers are able to implement strategies directly from the professional development directly into their classrooms almost immediately. This support allows teachers to integrate technology as well as the arts into their daily instruction, shifting them from a teacher direct instruction process to a teacher facilitating learning. At Laguna, we also offer electives within our specials areas classes to allow for student choice. And we have an innovation design center similar to a makerspace where all of our students at Laguna can engage in design and creative thinking on a daily basis. Thank you.
Hello again. So on the screen here, we have pictures of evidence of learning at Navajo throughout my STEAM Innovators Teachers classrooms. Again, STEAM is a little bit different on every campus. So at Navajo, we use science as our anchor content. We believe that science answers the why for anything in the world. So science answers questions, and through using science as our anchor content, we can explain the why and go deeper into learning, therefore increasing the rigor for students. We really hone in on the 4 C's, the creativity, the collaboration, the critical thinking, and then what we feel is the most important of the C's is being able to communicate that learning out. That's where we try to hit home under the real world problem solving in STEAM. We also believe, as Brooke just shared, the teacher has become more of the facilitator and the students are more of the explorers, taking ownership more for their learning and the lessons that they're working on. Teachers have said that they've seen their classrooms go more in depth with kids. They've seen students show more interest in learning, along with exhibiting more leadership skills, being able to go more in depth with what they are doing. We also know that STEAM is about the process, not the product. You've probably heard me say that before, but it's not something cute and neat and pretty that you'll see at the end. Oftentimes through a very good STEAM unit, you'll see the learning that has not happened that a student will be able to tell, not necessarily what did happen. So it's all about the student being able to explain the process and what they learned or what they didn't learn along the way. A couple of unique things that we do at Navajo is we have what's called our village partners. I'm a firm believer in it takes a village to raise a child. So we partner all the grade levels, preschool up to 5th, alternating the little kids and the big kids together. And they do monthly STEAM projects together, oftentimes a show and tell with each other on what they are doing. And then we bring that full circle, which I know a handful of you have been able to come to our end of the school year STEAM showcase, where students get to pick their favorite STEAM project that they did throughout the school year and showcase it to not only their peers on different days during the school, but then we also open that up for the community. Another really neat STEAM thing that we do is our STEAM Family Engagement Night, which again, a lot of you came to this year, so thank you. But where we bring in some outside vendors, but mainly it's teachers running their STEAM activities for students to do right there. So Navajo's been a STEAM school for a handful of years, but we're really excited and thankful for you guys as the governing board approving this partnership, that we're kind of taking our STEAM focus to the next level to take our STEAM journey more in depth, because ultimately it's all about the students learning, which is the most important thing to us. We feel like we're well on the way for that. So to summarize this, the pictures I want to talk through with you here are of the 4 innovators. So I have a 5th grade teacher, you see doing a math lesson in the upper left there. Top middle, you see a music teacher doing a STEAM lesson. She's very big on incorporating the arts on our campus. That's an area that we're still growing and progressing towards. In the upper right, you see a 3rd grade classroom doing an ELA lesson. In the bottom left, that's a continuation of the one on top of that, doing a math lesson. And then the lower right, a really neat lesson integrating 4 of the STEAM letters in the acronym into a language arts lesson, an AEIOU lesson. So this is just a little snapshot of some of the evidence of learning that's went on thus far this school year on the Navajo campus. Thank you.
So due to COVID-19, the rest of our, I'm sorry? Okay, are we okay to continue? Okay.
Yes.
Due to COVID-19, the rest of year 1 has been adapted. We will continue with the last 2 professional learning sessions. We've worked them out to do them virtually on May 12th and May 26th. We have 4 coaching sessions still to do for the 2 campuses, and those are also going to be done virtually, doing a combination of group meetings, individual meetings, and actually helping coach during teachers' classroom Zoom meetings. We are really pleased with our first year's progress, and we're looking forward to year 2. As you guys know, here in SUSD, our building administrators are second to none. Brooke and Matt have been true leaders on their campuses with this initiative. They have attended all professional learning sessions with their teachers. Our partners at Discovery Ed have recognized their commitment to the program and have adapted next year's plan to fit Scottsdale's needs, transferring the administrative professional learning days to add 4 more teaching professional learning days. So the kickoff will begin on August 5th. It'll be held on both campuses. And then you can see the remainder of the teacher professional learning days for next year are already scheduled. And again, coaching will continue 12 sessions per school for next year.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reinert.
You're welcome. It's our pleasure.
Sure. Do we have any board members' questions?
Ms. Beckham, before we jump into questions, I just want to share on behalf of Brooke and I and everyone in the Scottsdale School District, teachers and students, how appreciative we are of Barb Reinert and all of her hard work. It's her relationship with Discovery Ed which helped bring us this to be able to put our schools on the map and become STEAM accredited schools and our teachers STEAM certified. And Barb has done so much heavy lifting behind the scenes, starting in the middle of last summer when, her, Brooke and I were on a conference call trying to set some of this stuff up, that this might be an opportunity. So we just want to thank Barb so much for being such a great asset to the district and to helping everyone involved. So thank you, Barb. We're really appreciative of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt, for showing the gratitude and appreciation. We hear wonderful things about the whole program and you, Barb, especially.
Oh, thank you.
Most definitely.
Any other board members, please type on your chat if you would like to speak or have a question. Okay, well, I think then I will also thank Dr. Guerin, thank Ms. Redner, Ms. Williams, and Mr. Passoff. Thank you so much for enlightening us to what is happening with STEAM. And I think that we all are familiar, or at least we should be, and we'll be hearing more of it, of how important STEAM and the sciences are for our students to have those skills so that it can carry them forward into the job market. So thank you very much for bringing it to us. We appreciate it.
And thank you guys so much for your support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Allison, there's a question.
Oh, here we do have one. Barbara Perlberg, thank you.
Sorry, I was going to let go as things got wrapped up, but we're all excited, I think, about that next step that STEAM is taking in our district. And if the principals can kind of speak a little bit to, with this training that they've had recently in Discovery Ed, what do you think has come to the top as far as a shift in instruction in how the teachers do their jobs? I mean, what do you think your staff is kind of excited about, the changes that are happening with this new training for them? Does that make sense?
Yes.
I can answer that a little bit.
Question.
I think one of the biggest shifts that I've seen is truly that shift in teachers just standing up in front of the classroom and being the purveyor of knowledge, to shifting that over to the students. So we ask essential questions and focus questions at the beginning of every lesson that starts the kids in that thinking process. We then have them usually do some sort of engaging activity where they're doing something hands-on, they're watching a video, they're doing a mini lesson, and the kids are asking the questions. They're the ones whose brains are really doing the learning. And I think that's really important as we shift towards future-ready students. Those kids need to have the skills to ask the questions, to be able to collaborate with one another, to be able to think critically about the world in general. And I think that that's what this does for our teachers.
Thank you. Matt, is there something you'd like to add?
Yeah, well, very similar sentiments to what Brooke just shared. My favorite educational quote is the brain that does the thinking is the brain that does the learning. And similar to what Brooke just shared, we see students more actively engaged in a well-run STEAM classroom. So in our definition, at the core of our hearts, it's real world problem solving. And again, it goes back to science. Sciences of any nature explain the why. So students are very inquisitive by nature and they want to ask the why. So this lends itself to that self-exploration a little bit more. And we're trying to tie those into units for every single grade level and more project-based learning. So as far as day-to-day, again, what Brooke just shared is teachers moving around the room, being that facilitator on the side, students up and engaging and going around. On our new campus, we are also going to have an innovators lab. We're very excited to have the space to be able to do that. And then a couple small little pockets. I think you guys saw 2 governing board meetings ago in the video, and these collaboration labs, which will lend itself a little bit more naturally with space to be able to do those things, where students are taking more ownership for their learning. So we're really excited about that.
Great, thank you both very much.
Any other questions? I'll ask one last time. Okay, all right. Thank you so much for the presentation on STEAM.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be moving on to information item E. Discussion of proposed issues for submission to Arizona School Board Association for the 2021 political agenda. Dr. Creekard, do you have any comments, or may I introduce our ASBA delegate board member Sandy Kravitz to present the item?
Go forth and discuss.
This annual discussion we have, and Sandy Kravitz is going to enlighten us that she is our ASBA delegate this year.
Okay, well, it's time again to submit our proposed issues for consideration for the 2021 political agenda to ASBA. I believe Sandra sent out an email listing with a flyer from ASBA. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so everybody got that. So the 4 main priorities are adequately, and these are carryover from last year, excuse me, are adequately and equitably fund district schools to at least the national median per pupil, preserve and strengthen local control, improve outcomes for all students, and require public accountability for taxpayer dollars spent on education. Now, this year we've been asked to, we can again submit 5, and then they said no, and you can also add an additional 2. We can also submit resubmit what we submitted last year, which was revise the school finance formula and fully fund full-day kindergarten and include kindergarten students in the override calculations. Our submissions are due to ASBA by Friday, May 29th. In the flyer that you received, there, relisted again the subset of priorities. So in terms of trying to figure out the best way to do this, do we want to each submit, if we choose to submit, priorities to Sandra by next Tuesday, which is the 12th? And then she can kind of aggregate them and see if there's any similarities among our submissions. Does that work? Any comments?
Well, and the reason we'd be submitting those is because we would be voting at the next meeting, which is the Tuesday.
The 19th.
The 19th is our next meeting, and they have to be submitted by the 29th. So.
And excuse me, and we'll also, I think on the 19th, we have a selection of a new delegate.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Okay, does anybody have any questions regarding this information item and voting? If it's all if I don't get anything, I will take it Sandy did an awesome job at explaining.
Oh, yeah.
And we will all just submit our request to Sandra by next Tuesday.
Thank you.
All right. I know somebody has somebody in the back. Oh, there we go. So it appears that all of the board members understand what is what is asked of them. All right, so we will move on.
Thank you.
Allison, do you want to take a
Andy.
Allison, is there any way we can take maybe a 5-minute break here between discussion now and moving on to
The others, I think that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah.
So why don't we take a 5-minute break? It's 8:13, and why don't we return at 8:18? Thank you very much. Coming back from break and reconvening, it is 8:18 p.m. We have a consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Board Member Kravitz moves. Do I have a second?
Second, Perleberg.
Board Member Perlberg seconds. We will have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg,
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz,
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg,
Aye.
Patty Beckman,
Aye.
and Allison Beckham. Motion carries 5-0. The consent item passes. We'll move on to action items. Action item A, approval of the selection of self-insurance trust board trustee for 2020 to 2021. Dr. Krieger, would you please introduce our presenter?
Yes, thank you, President Beckham, members of the board. Mr. Gadd is here to, since he is our administrative representative on the board, and he has brought this item to us. Mr. Gadd.
Thank you, Dr. Krieger. The recommendation is to extend our current one-year board member, Mr. Wally Graham, for an additional one-year term. He's agreed to that. You may have in your packet a letter from Mr. Graham that indicates his willingness to do that. He's been an excellent board member, very astute, very inquisitive, takes a very active role in trust board activities. So I would strongly recommend that the governing board authorize Mr. Graham to have an additional one-year appointment.
Okay, do I have any questions from board members? Okay, I have one that I got, is that how do you recruit or solicit members for the trust? And you do this on an annual basis? And did we get anybody coming forward besides Mr. Graham?
Because this is, Ms. Beckman, members of the board, this is a relatively new trust, as you're aware. We have tried to concentrate on community members, of which there are 3, that have appeared to be very active in the district and care about the district and its affairs and its operations, et cetera. So that is the pool that we have accessed. We have not as yet advertised that opening. I think as the trust becomes more mature, then I think it's time to probably open that up to some kind of an advertisement process. But we have to remember the trust has been in operation less than 1 year at this point. And so for continuity purposes and maturity purposes, I think that it's best to try to limit it to people who have a background, that we know have a background in the subject, and at the same time have a real interest in wanting to help the district be successful. So that's the basis in which we've appointed members.
Okay, thank you. I will just make a note too that I think that one of the reasons, and I do support Mr. Graham and appreciative of his service. So I'm just looking at this from strictly an I guess more of a technical side. I believe that the reason that we have varying expirations is so that you don't have the same people every year on the board and that you do have new people coming. So I would just make note of that for next year, that we will be having 2 members terms expiring. And that we should maybe set in place a way to recruit or solicit members and see if there's any other qualified community members that are interested.
Yes.
All right, do I have a motion to, let me make sure, I apologize, Sandy Kravitz would like.
Oh, I just wanted to agree with what Mr. Gadd said about Mr. Graham. He's been a very good member of the trust committee, and he's attended all the meetings because, prior to this year, we've had some trust meetings where not all of the members attended. So it does make a big difference that when somebody does attend all the meetings.
Thank you, Board Member Kravitz, for your input.
I'm sorry, can I throw out a quick question?
Yes.
For clarity, it's kind of bouncing off of your comments. Thank you. So it is a one-year term, correct?
Yes, it is.
And while, obviously we kind of appreciate new voices, new lenses, but at the same time, there's always challenges to getting everyone up to speed. Is that an issue in with this particular committee? I mean, is it beneficial to have some members on there that have some experience, history, that type of thing? Or is it the type of thing where new lenses are always good?
No, I think, Ms. Perba, the former is the case. It is a fairly technical subject, as Ms. Kravitz will confirm. You have to have a good knowledge base in which to deal with the materials. That's gained through being on the board for a period of time. So one of the important things, and you hit on it, one of the important things is some longevity, some continuity because of the technical nature of the appointment.
I appreciate that. Has there ever been any discussion like to have a 2-year term?
Well, actually, Board Member Perlberg, that what I referred to is that there is 4 trustees and there is varying expiration dates. One is a 3-year term, one is a 2-year term, and one is a 1-year term. So that you get that longevity and succession is already written into the criteria of the terms for those particular trustees. It's just Wally's, Mr. Graham's happens to be the 1-year term, and that's why it expired at this point in time.
Yes.
Thank you for that clarity. Yes.
And therefore, the person that had the 2-year term will be expiring next year, and that's why you'll have 2 members who will be up for their terms will be expiring.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you both very much.
Any other discussion? Patty Beckman.
No, that's exactly what I was going to point out, the different term limits. So no, I'm good.
Okay. All right. No one else. If we don't have any further discussion, then do I have a motion to approve Mr. Wally Graham for another year on the Self-Insurance Trust?
So moved.
All right. Vice President Beckman moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Kravitz seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Congratulations, Mr. Graham, and thank you again for your service and your willingness to serve another year. We'll move on to action item B, approval of Coronado Success Initiative, known as CSI, contract addendum form for certified staff members and approval of the issuance of the addendum to certified staff at Coronado High School. Dr. Creekard, would you like to introduce our presenters?
Yes, thank you, President Beckham. We're going to start out with General Counsel Michelle Marshall because we are talking about a contract, but also Dr. Sakos and Principal Palatucci are also available for comments and answering questions. So we start with Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Dr. Creekard. President Beckham, members of the board, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I will preface this by saying I earlier had some connectivity issues. Dr. Sakos is ready in case I fall off here. I'm going to share on the screen the contract addendum that we are talking about. Are you able to see that?
Not as of yet. There it is. It is up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So you will recall that last year and this year we presented the board with employee contract forms, and this is one of the forms that has yet to be approved by the board. This is the addendum that we would like to have the board approve and for us to also issue to the certified staff at Coronado for the Coronado Success Initiative. You also received a background memo explaining what we are looking at with this agreement. So you'll see for the 2020-21 school year, we have made a few changes. In this first paragraph, you will see that the extra duties for which certified staff members would be paid a total of $1,500 are paragraph A, the extended school day that exists with Coronado's bell schedule, different from other high schools, and then B, the participation in the intervention time during the school day. The next part here under opportunities for additional CSI duties and pay, paragraph C, the certified staff will have the opportunity to earn up to an additional $3,000 for participating in interventions, academic activities, and professional development outside the normal contracted day and as approved by the principal. One of the reasons that we brought this in this form is that this kind of activity was one of the areas that the principal, Ms. Palatucci, very valuable, and she wanted to move this into being able to pay the employees on an hourly basis for this kind of work, as opposed to saying you're going to do 6 Saturdays, or and Ms. Palatucci can talk a little bit more about that. So that's essentially the contract. It is an addendum, so it supplements the basic certified teacher contract. The teachers at Coronado all were issued the normal teacher contract. This is the addendum to allow them to participate and earn additional dollars. You will also note that in the first 3 years of the program, the total amount possible for each certified staff member to earn was $7,000. This year it is $4,500. In the memo that we shared with you, we are looking to use the funds that are freed up by this reduction to support the feeder schools that feed into Coronado, in consultation with those principals and what they feel would be most useful for student growth. With that, I will either take questions, or I'm sure Dr. Sakos or Ms. Palatucci may have something to add as well.
Okay, well, I'll ask our members if they have a question for Ms. Marshall to type in on the chat. And if not, then we will go on to our other presenters. Okay, looks like we can move on, Michelle.
Okay.
All right, taking that back, we have a request by Board Member Kravitz. Board Member Kravitz.
I forgot to unmute, sorry. I'd like to get some more information on what this will look like and how the time will be spent to improve outcome for students. You know, Michelle, could you just scroll down a little bit so I could reread
Sure.
A and B?
Sure.
I had it, or maybe not.
I could make it smaller.
No, it's okay. I got it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so there's going to be there's still an extended school day. Is that correct for Coronado teachers?
Yes.
Okay, and there will be the rise hour. I guess my concern is they'll have the opportunity to participate in interventions, whereas before it wasn't. This seems to suggest it's a choice. And before, that was one of the main parts of the program, was there was going to be a greater expectation of helping with remedial interventions and other issues at the school. So I'm concerned about switching, changing that from from a shall to a may.
Dr. Sakos, did you want to address that, or perhaps Ms. Palatucci?
Absolutely. I can kind of share the vision behind the switch between now moving to an hourly model. Our teachers have been excellent at participating in the interventions and participating in anything that I really requested. The switch from the set stipend allows us to be a little more individualized with what both our teachers need and our students need. So when I first took over Coronado, as you know, the majority of the teachers were brand new to Coronado. And the professional development for all was very helpful to have everyone at those same days. This provides me the opportunity to get a little more individualized. Instead of having an all-for-one model, I can provide opportunities for individual staff members as well as individual opportunities for groups. And then in addition, almost all, if not all, I do have the projects here with me, participated in interventions for students beyond just what a typical teacher at any school would do for tutoring. This was the most beneficial to us because our students do need a lot of individual support. Again, I'm trying to switch the focus of we had all of this to help our teachers, which our teachers do still need, but our teachers are doing really well. We have a lot of challenges at Coronado, as you heard in Ms. Cerna's presentation, that we are Title I, so we're about 76% free and reduced. We have a high English learning language population and a very, very high special education population, and I love all of our students, but this gives us an opportunity to be more individualized opposed to a one-size-fits-all model.
Oh, I appreciate the individualization very much. I guess my concern is in the wording. Instead of "will have the opportunity to" makes it seem like, yeah, you don't necessarily have to, as opposed to just "will participate in interventions." And maybe I'm, being picky, but my concern is that the expectation is that teachers will participate.
Yeah, and they will. I think part of the wording, and Michelle, maybe you and I can talk about possibly a better wording, but part of it is somewhere where our teachers really shined this year is they designed their own interventions. So I had an application that linked back to our SIP plan and their goals linked back to that, and they explained what they wanted to try and also what they were going to collect in terms of data to monitor student progress with their interventions.
Right.
So it was really, they had the opportunity to design that. So it's, they have the opportunity to earn that additional money. I'm not sure, Michelle, if you have any suggestions on the wording.
Yes, actually, I think we can easily switch that to say will participate, and then we can talk about the, let me do this in track changes so that you can see what I'm doing. Will participate in interventions, etc., and that they must be, that's easy enough to just delete that, and then once they're approved, it says that they can earn $30 an hour for that
right.
work.
And they still have the opportunity to design whatever they want or work with you individually how you see fit. I just want to make sure that that expectation is in the wording.
That works.
And then my other question is we are I don't transferring the money, but what's what I'm looking for? Assigning some of those funds over to Tonalea, and how will those funds be used at Tonalea?
I can go ahead and answer that.
Good. Thank you.
I can go ahead and answer that, Board Member Kravitz. As Ms. Marshall shared, with the reduction in the amount the Coronado teachers can earn, that does create some capacity to do some research-based interventions. Dr. Hagigat has been talking with the feeder principals, including Dr. Praninsky K-8, as she oversees it, and they have unanimously spoke about the benefit a reading specialist will have. And so when you go back to Ms. Cerna's presentation, you can see that she's also piloting, of course, meeting the needs of a certain population. This would allow us to expand and be able to implement research-based interventions specifically in reading, fluency, and comprehension.
Okay.
Thank you.
That answers your question. Okay, and Patty Beckman has.
No, that was my exact question. Thank you. I'm good.
You're good. Okay.
If I may interject here, I will tell you that it's been a goal of mine since day one to extend down into the feeder system, so that the kids come better prepared to Coronado. Coronado has been fighting a ongoing battle with kids coming with gaps. Now, Coronado has a number of open enrolled kids who come from other districts, and we'll continue to work with those. But we feel those kids who do go to Coronado from our feeder schools will be in much better shape after an extended amount of time with reading specialists and bringing up their reading scores. So that's been a goal of mine to extend down to them as well. And obviously also the opportunity for those teachers who work very hard with those kids in remediation to earn those funds that the high school people were earning only in that complex in the past.
So are you saying that the funding is going to be extended to other teachers or just to other programs like hiring a reading specialist?
Well, right now we're talking about reading specialists, but my original, and that came from the principals, but originally what I wanted to do was somehow move it down into the elementary schools to deal with that. And originally the thought was, well, we'll let the teachers do it. And then once the principals talked to the teachers and talked to Dr. Hagigat and Dr. Sakos, then it became clear that they felt a reading specialist would do more. But still, the bottom line is I wanted us to work with the kids in the feeder systems to a greater extent than what we were.
Okay. So to that note, when do you anticipate that this program at the feeder schools will be starting? Is that in August of 2020?
Yes.
In several months? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and is that something that would be brought to the board or as just an information item or just sent out to us in a memo? There's no approval needed for it, or is there?
Well, you will approve the hiring of those people, of those reading specialists. They will be on the agenda.
Okay.
And frankly, yeah, that's something that I can talk to Dr. Menzel about to give an update on how that hiring has gone and maybe to point out on the agenda or prior to the agenda, these are the people that were talked about for the Coronado Success Initiative feeder systems.
Okay. And so I have a question for Ms. Palatucci. You had mentioned that some of the programs that you had going on last year were very effective. Can you expand on that? Because I'd love to hear about some of the programs and what some of the outcomes you saw.
Absolutely. So we did have a lot of targeted interventions that teachers designed for their classes, and some of them to increase motivation for kids to participate. They would link them to high interest clubs. We also had a lot of groups that met after school where they worked in the academics in addition to some social emotional and some other aspects. I would love to get you guys the data at a later date. We had planned to meet this quarter, so part of the application that the teachers filled out was collecting data and measure of effectiveness. This quarter, we had planned to meet individually. And what I did is I had them email me some of their data, but I'll be completely honest, just moving to online learning, I feel like everyone is very spread thin, so I didn't want to push them too hard at this time. So I would love some more time to really gather that and present it to you in a way that really showcases some of the programs that work very well.
Okay, that'd be fantastic. We'd love to see it. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
If I can take a minute, I just want to Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for continuing to support what we're trying to do with CSI and the extra support for our teachers and our students. And I also want to thank Ms. Cerna for her support and all the kind words she said during her presentation. And also Dr. Sacco, she's been there for me and our students through this whole process. So thank you to everybody.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll go on. I want to thank Ms. Marshall, Dr. Sackos, Ms. Palatucci, sounds like also Ms. Cerna, and all your team that has been involved in the CSI initiative. Do we have a motion to approve the addendum?
Before you do that, I want to make sure that you see that we made this approval of the addendum as well as approval that the contracts be issued to the teachers. So if you look at the agenda item, it says both.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would just say as amended to the form as we did during the meeting.
Okay, so why don't I make a motion? I'll make a motion that we approve the Coronado Success Initiative contract addendum as amended. And it sounds like it's going to say, instead of opportunity, it would say will or some other words to that extent. And the approval of the issuance of the addendum to certified staff at Coronado High School. And it sounds like that will be happening this week or very shortly. Is that correct?
I believe so. I haven't spoken with Teresa and HR, who would probably issue those, but I think she would be able to do that. I'll have to confirm.
Well, I only said that because I think we were given a date. And so
yes. Okay.
So I want you to know it wasn't that I was thinking it needed to be done in a certain time frame. Okay, so if I make that motion, is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. Any further discussion since we do have an amendment?
Is that Greenberg or Kravitz? I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, then we will have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Prolberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll go on to action item C, revision of the 2019-2020 evaluation process due to COVID-19. Dr. Creekard, would you please introduce our presenter?
Yes, thank you, President Beckham, members of the board. Dr. Bowman is here. I know that he spent some time going over the whole evaluation issues previously with individual groups, no more than 2 board members. And so now he is here asking for approval of the recommendation to revise this process due to COVID-19. Dr. Bowman.
Good evening, Board President Beckham, Governing Board members, Sandra, Dr. Creekard. Thanks for staying engaged at this late hour. If you're like me with COVID-19 going on, this is my bedtime now. So anyway, I really appreciate that. I'm going to do a screen share with you to show you the memo that was sent to you. I believe it was on Friday. And I did something wrong. Give me a second.
No, I think it's up there.
Oh, it's there.
It's there.
Can you see it?
It's
okay.
It
Okay, great.
Enhanced, so we don't see the whole letter. But.
So the background, as Dr. Creekard mentioned, and as you're aware, is with COVID-19 coming into play, when we got to March 6th, we were basically put at a standstill on our observation cycle, which are necessary to complete our summative evaluations. And so what we're here tonight to ask you is for some revisions to our evaluation system based on recommendations from the Arizona Department of Education, as well as our outside counsel. So I'm going to scroll down here and just go through each one of them, and please just ask questions as we're going. And also, if necessary, I'm going to have Amy Eveleth join in if we need to have her join us as the Director of Human Resources for certified staff. The number one thing we'd like to do is, if the observations have been completed, we want our supervisors to finish their final summative evaluations. That's the number one goal. If they have the required number of observations and they can complete the evaluation cycle for this year, we would like to have that completed. So the first one isn't truly a revision. It's just that's the targeted goal, and that's same thing and in alignment with the Arizona Department of Education. Number two is we have our probationary staff and a few of our continuing teacher staff. Approximately 450 of our certified staff are required to have 2 formal observations. And what we're asking for a revision is that not all of them have had to. And so in the cases where we know that there's only been 1 observation instead of 2, we would like to allow for our supervisors to complete a summative evaluation with only 1 formal observation, to include also anecdotal evidence such as walkthroughs, PLC notes, parent communication, etc. So we would really like to ask for a revision to allow us to complete our 2019-20 observation with only 1 observation. What we don't know, and I know the numbers are very important, is in addition to COVID, we had our own crisis in HR. We had software meltdown that started in September and was truly finally rectified in about January. As a result, a lot of observations and there was frustration in the system happened not in our evaluation software system. They happened not offline using old forms. Those have not all been re-logged into the system. So we don't have today an accurate number of exactly how many have only had 1 observation out of our probationary teachers. We think that most of them have, and what's encouraging is we know that all of them have had at least 1 observation. So we have no probationary teachers who haven't had any observations. So we can fulfill our legal obligation to have a final summative evaluation for all probationary staff. If a formal observation has not yet been complete, we are requesting a revision to allow last year's summative evaluation for continuing teachers. We have 74 out of 800 and over 850 roughly that have not had an evaluation this year. That's a little bit more than, not quite 3 per school, maybe 2 per school. And to iterate how that can happen is if somebody was effective or highly effective in the last year, it is common practice for principals to do walkthroughs and do incidentals and then not do their formal observation until later in the year. And March and April is a very common time for that. So 74, less than 10% of our staff would fall into that category where we would use last year's summative evaluation because we haven't had a formal observation for this year. And I think I'll pause there and see if you have any questions, because the next part goes into kind of a whole different set. This is the first 3 are really around observations that are necessary to complete the summative evaluation.
I will ask any board members to type on the chat if they are interested in a question or comment. Patty Beckman.
Thanks, Jed. Can you circle back? I had asked you this question before, and I just want you to give your thoughts again because it made sense. But on the 1 certified, the evaluation that had 1 observation done and had not completed the second, we're suggesting not using last year's evaluation for that one, but completing that. Explain again, and if you would just give me your thoughts on that.
The probationary teachers are required to have 2 formal observations. Right. So this applies to that group. And in addition to that, there's about 10 other continuing teachers who had a developing last year that also fall into that. There's not very many. So they're required to have 2. And what we're saying is that we would like to be able to complete the evaluation for this year based on 1 observation instead of 2. Okay. There is a fallback for some of the probationaries. I didn't break that down by first year, second year, brand new to the district. But in some cases, they're brand new to the district, and in some cases, they are a second year probationary, and in other cases, they're third year probationary.
Okay, and then my next question relates to a teacher that has been here for a while. If there have been no observations done, we are requesting that last year's evaluation be used, right?
Yeah, and that currently applies to 74 certified staff.
Okay, and if there have been evaluations or observations done, but the evaluation is not complete, you're requesting that a new evaluation be done for this year. So there will be some teachers that, because the principals hadn't done an observation, continuing teachers, then they're going to have last year's. And there will be some teachers that had an observation, but the evaluation wasn't complete, that are going to have a new evaluation for this year, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and so I just want you to explain, if you can, to me. I know you did, but I had a question about it. Why we wouldn't just say, unless you were a new teacher or a probationary teacher or one that was on a plan, why we just wouldn't use last year's evaluation for all of those teachers instead of having that two separate categories.
Yeah, the Arizona Department of Education gave us guidelines that the goal for our school district should be to have a completed evaluation for this year based on this year's data. So our number one goal is to complete as many of the evaluations that we can using this year's data. So that's a primary. Also, when we were having this conversation with our outside legal counsel, it was also recommended that we do as much as we can to have evaluations completed this year with this year's data. So I'll try to use an analogy that we did through email with our students and the no harm. And so what we're not doing is we're not using data collected from COVID forward. So anything from March 6th forward, we're not utilizing that information for evaluation purposes. So that's the hold harmless. So what's been happening from March 6th through today won't be utilized as anecdotal evidence or observation evidence for the summative cycle of evaluation for this year. If we were to go back and use last year's data for the current school year, to me, it would be similar to using grades from last year to count for students in their courses this year. They're, very different school years, different classes.
Right.
And so just the recommendation that we're having is that we go forward and do our best to align our practices with the recommendations of the Arizona Department of Education and our outside counsel advice.
And I appreciate that. Thank you, because I was asked about this, but just so that we're clear, we will have some of our teachers that have an evaluation based, because they didn't have the observation, based on last year's rolling forward, and some will have an evaluation that is for this year because there was observations done.
Yeah, matter of fact, most will have an evaluation for this year. Less than 10% will be using last year's.
Thank you, Dr. Bowman.
You're welcome.
I would like to add too that I appreciate that where your focus is, and that it is on trying to give an evaluation based on this year as much as possible, and that my expectation would be, even if you're using last year's rating, if you will, performance rating, that your evaluator is still sitting down with the teacher. Because if I was a professional teacher and I wasn't able to sit down and get feedback and have a discussion about my performance this year, I would be disappointed. So I hope that we're treating our educators as professionals, and the intent of the evaluation is to provide positive feedback, professional growth, and the only way you can do that is through that discussion. So
I agree, and reflective practice also to go with that is really critically important.
Right.
The next one is for the few teachers that we have that are on remediation plans and improvement plans. And this is also through legal counsel that it poses a bit of a problem for us for those teachers who did not complete their time frame that started for either an improvement plan or a remediation plan, which are 30 days and 45 days respectively. So because of COVID, we weren't given the opportunity to, and they weren't given the opportunity to finish their plan. So what has been advised to us is we carry those forward to next year and start at the same number of days that they were as of March 6th. So if somebody had completed 20 days of a plan on March 6th, then they would start on August 10th with 20 days of their plan complete. And then if it was a 45-day or a 30-day, they would finish the rest of their plan. So we agreed that that's a good idea, is to follow our legal counsel advice on that. And for those who have a remediation plan, they also, as hopefully you're aware, you get the notice of inadequacy that comes to you. And we currently have 5 teachers who received that preliminary notice of inadequacy who will carry over into the next year to finish their plans. They don't get a contract when all other teachers get contracts that were submitted. I can't even remember the date now, March 5th. So what we will have to do is submit them a contract for the 2021 school year, and then we will be looking at how they do on their plan when their plan is complete. So just wanted to share with you, we don't really have much of a choice on that one. So we would ask that that's why that's part of tonight's presentation as well. In addition to that, these are a little bit ancillary, but the Prop 301, the performance pay is tied to our AZ merit scores. And because AC merit was suspended for this current school year, for the 2019-20, we're going to have to utilize a year-old data. And so we're just putting that in here to make sure that that's transparent. And then in addition to that, we think that, you know, we feel the pain just like everybody does. It's been quite a trying time, and anything we can do to help our supervisors is greatly appreciated. And one thing we can do is give the gift of time. And so we would like to extend our deadlines on our final summative evaluations for, you can see the proposed dates. The 15th is normally the date for certified staff. We'd like to move that to the last contracted day, which is the 27th. And then we'd also like to do the same for classified and administrative staff and move those deadlines from May 15th and June 1st, both to June 15th. And that gift of time is, you know, that's one of the, I think, the best things that we can do in recognition of all the extra that everybody's doing, all of our employee groups. In addition to that, we did present this information to our handbook committee. So it has gone through the eyes of some teachers, and we asked them to, you know, take a look at it and let us know if they had any major questions or concerns. And we didn't receive any major questions or concerns. We had clarity that was asked, and we provided that. So with that, I'll stop talking and see if there's any other questions.
Yes, there is. Patty Beckman.
Just a comment, Dr. Bowman, thank you. I appreciate you pointing out that time extension and you bringing it before us, because as you said, I know our principals have a lot on their plates, and you know, all of them, especially our high school ones right now, trying to figure out graduation and whatnot, that it's the least we could do to consider to give them that extra time frame in which to get this done. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any of the other board members have a request to speak? Okay. Is there any other comments you'd like to make, Dr. Bowman, before we vote?
Oh, I'm always not shy about having a microphone. So,
so I just
have deep, you know, since we do have a captive audience, just the gratitude I have to the system is just profound. What everybody's doing in this time that I don't know that anybody could have foreseen what we've had to embrace. It's just absolutely astounding to me to watch the thinking in our system and the planning and the coordination and everything. And I'm really very blessed to be a small part of it. And I just want to express thanks to the governing board, to our parent community, and most importantly to all of our staff, classified, certified, and admin. It's just a tremendous group of professionals doing the best they can every day.
That's
So
fantastic.
thank you.
Thank you.
In that light, I do have a question. So see, if you talk, then I'll think of a question. How are we
Oh,
going?
darn it.
I know, but this one shouldn't be too hard. How are we going to communicate to our evaluators, the principals and AP, and our teachers this new information?
Yeah, we're gonna plan tomorrow. We're gonna get the word out to the admin group. No, on Thursday we're gonna be part of the all admin meeting, and then we're gonna send a communication out. It'll also be in our Friday memos that we send. So, and then we also have our teacher talk, our classified corner, and our admin inbox. So that's our current plan.
See, we knew you'd answer. Thank you.
You're
All
welcome.
right, anybody else? No. Do I have a motion to approve action item C as presented, the evaluation process?
Sorry.
So moved. Board Member Kravitz?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Dr. Bowman. And we know that's a lot of work, and thank your team that was behind it too.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Action item D, authorization of expenditures, phase 2, administration building lobby security upgrades. Dr. Creekar, would you please introduce our presenter?
Yes, thank you, President Beckham, members of the board. I don't know if you need more explanation, Dennis Rayler is available, but this is phase 2. We have had others. It's a continuing effort to bring security to our building lobbies. Sometimes you actually vote. If there are no questions, you can vote, or if there are questions, Dennis is available.
All right. Do any of the board members have a request to speak? Wait a minute. Okay, I would just, I had asked for some information and I didn't get it, and I'm in full support of the request to authorize the expenditures. It's just that I still would have liked to have known where the source of funds is coming from and the availability. So if in the future we could just add that would be helpful.
And we will get you that request for these as well.
All right, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve action item D as presented?
So moved.
Board Member Greenberg moves. Do we have a second?
Second. Perlberg.
Board Member Perlberg seconds. We will have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Dennis, for all your hard work and getting so many of these lobbies secured. We'll move on to action item E, approval of one-to-one math devices, phase 1. Dr. Creekar, would you like to introduce our presenter?
Yes, Debbie Spalding is available, but again, that is if you have questions. There is no formal presentation, but really she's available to answer any questions.
Okay, I will ask the board if they have any questions. Please request to speak on the meeting chat. Okay. It appears that we do not. All right. Well, do we have a motion then to approve action item E as presented?
So moved.
Vice President Beckman moves. And do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Greenberg seconds. We'll have an individual vote, starting with Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Barbara Perlberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham. Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much, Debbie Spalding and your team. We are looking forward to getting the one-to-one math books in our high schools.
Excuse me, I have a comment.
Yes, Sandra.
You had asked for information from Dennis, and I had included it in the board agenda this afternoon, and I had sent you a whole new agenda with that included.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't open it and see it, so I appreciate you letting me know. That was quite quick, Dr. Creekard. Good job. Thank you.
Dr. Bowman calls that the speed of Scottsdale.
Oh. Well, before we adjourn the meeting tonight, and Dr. Creekard had said it in his comments, but on behalf of the governing board, I just wanted to know that we wish our teachers and our educators, and as Dr. Creekard had mentioned, I think it was Administrators Week, it was Nurses Week, it was Nutritional Services Week. So I just want to include everybody and let you know that the governing board is very grateful for you and appreciates you. On that note, I'll move to adjourn this special meeting of the governing board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Oh, wow. Okay. Vice President Beckman, second. We'll have an individual vote for one last time. Jan Michael Greenberg.
Aye.
Sandy Kravitz.
Aye.
Robert Proberg.
Aye.
Patty Beckman.
Aye.
And Allison Beckham, aye. Motion passes 5-0. The special meeting of the governing board on May 5th, 2020 is adjourned at 9:09 p.m. That was quite a marathon.
Thank you, Allison.
All right. Thank you all. Thank you, IT.
You.